The Achaemenid Empire, founded by Cyrus the Great in the mid-6th century BC, was the first Persian empire, and is renowned for its monumental architecture, advanced bureaucracy, and the creation of the royal road for efficient communication across its vast territories. The Achaemenids were notable for their tolerance and respect for the diverse cultures that were within their empire, allowing conquered peoples to maintain their own customs and beliefs. It was this approach that fostered a sense of unity and relative stability throughout the empire, at least in the good times. Regardless, their contributions to art, governance, and engineering left a lasting legacy that influenced subsequent empires in the region and overall laid a foundation to the acts of Persian culture that persisted long after the empire's fall to Alexander the Great. Hi, how are you? And welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's great to have you with me again. And if you're new here, well, you're in the right place. That is, if you want to relax and learn something new. Well, if you'd like to support the channel, as always, links to Patreon are in the description. And to help YouTube push my video out to more people, it's probably a good idea to click that like button. Did you do it? Thanks in advance. And now, without any further ado, let's talk about the culture and some of the more specific aspects of the Achaemenid culture that was not covered in my chronological video. Indeed, that's what you get when you have a strictly chronological form. Some things are talked about in more detail than others. We've talked about in our Achaemenids video the rulers and the wars, the rise and fall. But what happened in between? What about the day-to-day life of someone in the Achaemenid Empire? Well, that's what it's all about today. So, in no particular order, I'm going to go through some cultural aspects of what it would have been like to be in the First Persian Empire. Get relaxed. Let's start. The Achaemenid Empire, known for its expansive governance and cultural achievements, significantly shaped the structures of subsequent empires across Asia and the Middle East. Its methodologies in administration were highly influential and set precedents that were emulated even by the Greeks and the Romans. This Persian model was notably pivotal for the Abbasid Caliphate of later times, and heralded in the Islamic Golden Age, with its epicenter right back in the heartland of Mesopotamia, close to ancient Babylon. The Abbasids drew heavily from Persian aristocracy for support, incorporating Persian linguistic, architectural, and cultural elements into Islamic society. In fact, a lot of the things that you see in Islamic art are borrowed from the earlier Persian empires. The Achaemenid legacy, as great as it is also recognized for its role as being a key player in the Greco-Persian Wars, and its benevolent act of emancipating Jewish exiles in Babylon. While this indicates its broad cultural and social impact, along with, of course, religious implications. Take a look in the Old Testament. You'll find the Achaemenids there too. The exchange between Achaemenid Persia and the Athenian Greeks highlights another significant aspect of cultural reciprocity. Moreover, the empire contributed to the dissemination of the great philosophy and religion, Zoroastrianism. Still around today, by the way. It's a religion that has deeply influenced the cultural and historical identity of Iran. It might surprise you that in modern-day Iran there are still many Zoroastrians who are free to practice their religion as they see fit. They even have their own temples, fire temples to be specific, dotted all over Iran, especially in Tehran and Isfahan. Now, many historians have highlighted the lasting influence of Achaemenid governance practices on Abbasid society and beyond, characterizing it as a reintegration of Achaemenid systems within Islamic governance. So, let's talk about that for a moment. The Persianate culture, through the Abbasid period carried forward by Turkic origin empires, for example, the Seljuk Turks, Ottomans, Safavid, and even the Mughal empires, have left their own great mark on the vast region, extending Iranian civilization to the fringes of Europe and even throughout Southeast Asia. It's of particular note that the second advent of Islam, through Iranian Islam, which played a dominant role in shaping the Islamic world and spreading Persianate culture, establishing it as a cornerstone of Islamic civilization across Central Asia, Turkey, and even India. The traditions of the Achaemenid dynasty, amalgamated together to set a precedent, in the ancient world for its unique model of governance, which allowed for the integration of diverse cultures, languages, and traditions within a single system. This empire, likened to the vast realms of Germany and the dominions under Napoleon, was not just a collection of conquered lands, but it became a sophisticated federation of states, each with its own distinct identity and autonomy. Now, let's be fair. The central authority did have to enforce its own general laws across the empire. But it did, credit where it's due, preserve and, in some cases, foster the individual characteristics of each nation, from their legal systems all the way up to their social customs, regardless of what the Persian upper classes thought of them. Now, one thing we may say, and once again credit where it's due, my aforementioned fire temples in modern-day Iran, the tolerance of allowing these practices to continue are something that it is an extension of the older Achaemenid tolerance culture. Indeed, it's rather surprising to hear that Iran is allowing what definitely looks from the outside to be a pagan religion to operate so freely within its country. But then again, if we want to ask what the situation is, perhaps we should ask the Iranians themselves, as they would probably know a lot more than our Western media organizations would like to tell us. Now, this method of rule, this blanket tolerance, was emblematic of the empire's ethos, comparable to light that simultaneously illuminates and gives life, allowing each subject nation to flourish under their own terms, of course beneath the benevolent oversight of the Persian kings. And such an approach not only maintained peace and order across the vast distances in the empire, but it also enriched a group of empire that was most of a mosaic of cultures, languages, and traditions. All in all, a vibrant and dynamic civilization that does not get the credit it deserves. The Achaemenid era, in particular, certainly marked a golden age of Persian influence, setting its cultural, artistic, religious, and administrative innovations far beyond its own borders, eastward and westward. The achievements in creating an efficient administrative system, a network of roads, and a sense of security, prosperity, and even belonging for its own people were something unparalleled and not seen, or at least attempted to be replicated, until the height of the Roman Empire. Now, with the introduction out of the way, let's talk a little more about the culture of the Achaemenids. First, let's take a look at the language and writing. For if we want to understand how our people were, we should perhaps try and hear it in their own tongue. Of course, I'm not going to be speaking any Achaemenid language, so I'm sorry if you were looking forward to that. But we will talk a little bit about their script and their language in general. Now, during Cyrus II and Darius I's rule, with the political center in Susa, Elamite was actually predominant as the chancellery's language, and we know this by the administrative documents from the Persepolis, fortification and treasury, and there's plenty of them. Of course, it's very easy to preserve cuneiform records because they were all written on clay tablets, so we're still pulling them out of the ground. These documents, though, in particular, shed light on the empire's operational aspects, and it suggests that while Elamite was pivotal in Susa, for example, one of the largest cities, its application as a governmental standard across the empire was not universal. Think about how Latin was the standard in the early church days and within administration for government, same as Greek in certain parts, but people still spoke their own languages. So, in many inscriptions, Elamite translations actually sat next to the Old Persian and Akkadian versions, which indicate its secondary role. And as a matter of fact, as far as we know now through the records we've found, post-458 BC, the use of Elamite pretty much fades away. You just don't see it anymore. Now, the empire's expansion into Mesopotamia, that's the land between the two rivers, the Tigris and Euphrates, brought Aramaic to the forefront as the medium for interregional written communication, addressing the linguistic diversity within the empire's territories. The adoption of official Aramaic, as it was called, or Imperial Aramaic, played another critical role in the Achaemenids' ability to maintain cohesion across their expansive realm. Although the exact status as Aramaic as an official language, well, that's still up for debate. All in all, Aramaic's influence did persist long after the empire's decline. Spoiler alert, I know. But its script and vocabulary was foundational to the Pahlavi writing system of later times. Now, Old Persian, featured on certain seals and artistic artifacts, is predominantly seen in western Iran's Achaemenid inscriptions, indicating its usage in that region. Nonetheless, by Artaxerxes II's era, the imperfect grammar and orthography in inscriptions suggest scribes were somewhat distanced from the language, relying heavily on older texts for reproductions. Additionally, Greek actually served as a significant bureaucratic tool within the Achaemenid administration, highlighting its widespread use despite the empire's extensive Greek interactions and conquests. Remarkably, despite all of these interactions, old Iranian sources do not reflect Greek linguistic influence. But, there is evidence that we've found of Greeks that were living and working in Iran, or Persia, sure. And they participated in projects, for example, Darius's palace at Susa is one example I can think of off the top of my head, and they left behind a lot of Greek inscriptions and documents to prove this. So there is that. Now, moving on from written language, let's get into some of the more day-to-day culture. Get out of the office, so as it seems. And we'll start with a little bit on religion. I mean, it's a cultural cornerstone, right? So let's start from there. Worship of Mithra was widespread across the Achaemenid Empire. His temples and symbols were ubiquitous, influencing personal names and dedications of numerous festivals to him, which were, of course, big events that everybody showed up to. This devotion shows the profound integration of that Mithraic worship within the general fabric of society, influencing all of those little parts. Now, the Achaemenid Empire was indeed, as aforementioned, noted for its religious tolerance, an attribute considered very exceptional for its time. And this tolerance was exemplified by Cyrus the Great's release of the Jewish people from Babylonian captivity, allowing them to simply return home, and he even facilitated the restoration of their sacred sites. So Cyrus the Great is seen as a little bit of a saint to the Jewish people. But it was Zoroastrianism. That was the big one. Its expansion into southwestern Iran during this era of the Achaemenid Empire marked a massive cultural development, with the religion being embraced by even the ruling class, all the way down to the humble farmer. And it effectively is synonymous with this Persian identity. The formalization of the traditional Iranian pantheon, alongside the introduction of Zoroastrian free will concepts, underscored the religion's influence. Now, if you want to learn more about that, I do have a full video on Zoroastrianism, and I talked a little bit about it in my general video on the Achaemenid Empire. So, take your pick. Now, Herodotus, observing during Artaxerxes and Darius II's reign, highlighted the Persians' very distinct religious practices, which included sacrifices to natural elements without the use of idols, altars, or even temples. And all of this leads us to the conclusion that their gods were rather transcendent in nature and omnipresent. You didn't just have to show up to the temple to see the god. They were everywhere. This practice, of course, diverged from Greek customs, which that's a long word, anthropomorphized deities. Excuse me. Of course, it's all a little difficult for the Greeks to understand, but they got their head around it eventually. Now, the latter adoption of Urania worship from Arabian and Assyrian cultures indicated another openness to religious influences, and the syncretic nature of Persian religious practices in general. Now, despite Herodotus's account indicating an absence of divine images, Berosus, writing later, credits Artaxerxes II with introducing cult statues across the empire. And this suggests another evolution, perhaps not in the religion itself, as the gods were omnipresent, but there was a change in the expression, a change in the art that surrounded religion. And dare I say that art coming out of religion is probably the best looking art. But, of course, everything is subjective. But of course, couldn't all be religious ceremony, right? The Persians enjoyed a bit of a party as well, and quite often. Now, as noted by Herodotus, the Persians celebrated significant banquets for birthdays that concluded reportedly with numerous desserts, a custom that differed from the Greek dining traditions, of course. Additionally, Herodotus recorded that Persians consumed abundant amounts of wine, copious even, and uniquely incorporated it into their decision-making process thusly. They would discuss vital matters while completely intoxicated, and then, the following day, when they were in somewhat a better mental state, they would determine the viability of the decisions that are made. Now, let's talk about the role of women and where they fit into this. After all, they're half the population. In the Achaemenid Empire, the societal status and roles of women, of course, varied across the different cultures and regions, which is just another way of emphasizing this vast diversity of the empire. There wasn't a single Achaemenid people. Therefore, everyone's positions are going to be different. Now, this portrayal of Persian women, particularly those from Persia proper, has often been shaped by a lot of biblical and mythological references, as well as descriptions from ancient Greek sources, which may or may not fully capture the complexities and nuances of their lives. However, the archaeological Persepolis fortification tablets offer a more direct glimpse into the lives of women connected to the royal court in Persepolis, ranging from royal figures all the way down to female laborers. Within the Persian court, there was a clear hierarchy among the royal women, and this hierarchy, of course, placed the king's mother at the pinnacle. Not a new idea, followed in descending order by the queen, the king's daughters, his concubines, and finally the other royal women of the household. Marriages for the king typically involved a female from the royal family or a noble woman closely related to a satrap or another prominent Persian figure. While marriages between relatives were permitted, there isn't much substantial evidence supporting the practice of close familial marriages, for example, between full siblings, brother and sister. Now, contrary to the Greek accounts depicting the king surrounded by hundreds of concubines in a secluded harem, archaeological findings do not corroborate the existence of a harem, or even the practice at all of isolating women from male company at the Persian court. In fact, what we do know is that royal women not only shared meals with the king, but they also accompanied him on travels, and even possibly participated in royal hunts and banquets. The queen, in particular, is known to have held her own audiences, and managed her personal affairs independently. Of course, that suggests a level of autonomy and public presence that isn't really associated with the seclusion implied by the concept of a harem. So I think that we can perhaps chalk that up to a bit of imagination on Herodotus's part, as he's often keen to do. Now, the women in the Achaemenid Empire, especially those of royal and aristocratic status, were educated in skills such as archery and horsemanship, indicating that they were really not confined to these private spaces. These women often managed vast estates, and even their own businesses, employing numerous servants and professionals, and appeared in public alongside their husbands. This visibility often extended to social events like hunting expeditions and feasts, where the presence of women was customary until certain points in the festivals where it was the boys' time. Now, while no woman, that we know of at least, ever assumed the role of monarch or regent in the Achaemenid Empire, queens consort like Atossa and Parysatis wielded significant influence over state affairs. Now, the reason why I say that we know of is because a lot of the times when we look at Egyptian and other Bronze Age cultures, when there was a ruler that people didn't like, they would simply do their best to erase them from the pages of history. So, perhaps there may have been, but it seems terribly unlikely. Well, the formal administration and religious services do appear to have excluded women entirely from the official positions. Nevertheless, archaeological evidence from Persepolis reveals that some women were actively employed as free laborers working side by side with men. Some even led their own work gangs and received higher wages than their male counterparts. Although generally, 99% of the cases, women's wages were lower, unless they were exceptionally skilled craft workers, and even in that case, it was most likely then just equal pay to their male counterparts. Now, what about art and architecture? Well, there's plenty of that left over. It was emblematic of an empire that spanned 3 continents, and it stands out for its synthesis of diverse cultural elements amalgamated into a distinctive Persian ethos. The empire's builders and artisans drew from a broad palette that included Median, Assyrian, and even Asiatic Greek influences, all molding together into something that was uniquely and recognizably Persian. This rather eclectic approach is evident across the vast territories that were once under Achaemenid sway, all the way from the Mediterranean, reaching to the Indus River. It manifests in the monumental stone structures and paradisiacal gardens segmented by flowing water. Of course, the Achaemenids were certainly known for their ambitious architectural projects, which included their sprawling cities, majestic temples and palaces, and of course solemn mausoleums, like the tomb of Cyrus the Great. The essence of their architectural innovation lay not just in the scale and grandeur, but in the harmonious integration of varied elements that still allowed for a Persian identity to shine through. Achaemenid art, likewise, demonstrated its own profound capacity for integration and innovation. It's seen in the intricate frieze reliefs, the exquisite metalwork of items like the Oxus treasure, the ornate decoration of palaces, the use of glazed brick masonry, and the perfection of crafts such as carpentry and masonry itself. Persian art was categorized by its ability to absorb and transform artistic styles and techniques from across the empire's vast territory, and really make something from all the best parts of them. Definitely unique. Of course, all of this amalgamates in the Palace of Persepolis, which stands out as that quintessential testament to Achaemenid architectural and artistic achievement. Its grandeur and detailed craftsmanship underscore the empire's architectural ambition, along with its artistic finesse. Darius I's account of constructing his palace at Susa reveals the global scale of resources and craftsmanship that went into the Achaemenid projects. Materials and artisans were sourced from across the wide ranges of the empire. Timbers from Gandhara and Carmania, gold from Bactria and Sardis, precious stones like lapis lazuli and carnelian from Sogdiana, silver and ebony from Egypt, turquoise from Chorosmia, and decorations from Ionia, with ivory sourced from Ethiopia, Sind, and Arachosia. The workforce, well, they were just as diverse as the materials, with stone cutters coming all the way from Ionia and Sardis, goldsmiths coming from Media and Egypt, and woodworkers from Sardinian and Egypt, Babylonians for brickwork, and Medes and Egyptians for all those little wall adornments that just made it that extra bit special. That little mint leaf on the side, the sprinkle of basil on top of the spaghetti. Okay, stop being silly. Now, the tradition of monumental tomb construction, that was another significant aspect of Achaemenid architectural practice rather, and it reflects both the grandeur but also personalized aspects of imperial ideology. The most iconic of these sepulchral monuments are found at Nash el-Rustam, an ancient necropolis, which is located roughly 12 kilometers northwest of the ceremonial capital, Persepolis. The site is renowned for hosting the rock-cut tombs of 4 Achaemenid sovereigns, that being Darius I, Xerxes I, Artaxerxes I, and Darius II. Each tomb carved into the face of a limestone cliff stands as an example to the might, piety, and enduring legacy of the kings intended leave behind, and a legacy left behind they certainly did. Now, beyond Nash-e-Rustam, other Achaemenid monarchs chose somewhat different locations for their resting places, demonstrating a diversity in burial practices within the dynasty. Wasn't like in Egypt how everyone was just crammed into the Valley of the Kings, depending on the dynasty, of course. Notably, Artaxerxes II and Artaxerxes III commissioned their tombs adjacent to Persepolis, closer to the empire's spring capital. These tombs, while following the architectural tradition of their predecessors, signify a fairly obvious continuation, but also an evolution of the royal sepulchral tradition, with each monarch making a personal mark through their choice of location and even design. Which brings us to the very notable tomb of Cyrus the Great, that founder of the Achaemenid Empire, which occupies a unique place within the Persian necropolis tradition. Located in Passagarde, Cyrus's tomb is distinguished by its simplicity and solemnity. At least, it certainly does in contrast to those elaborate rock-cut facades of Nasht el-Rustam. Now this monument, you may have seen it before. It's actually recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Yeah, you can go there. And it not only marks the resting place of the empire's founder, but it also symbolizes the inception of the Achaemenid architectural and cultural legacy. It's through these diverse burial sites that the Achaemenid rulers sought to immortalize their reigns and ideologies. Now, a little bit on Cyrus the Great, because if you want to understand Achaemenid culture, you better understand Cyrus the Great. The foundation of the empire by Cyrus marked the beginning of a new era in the Near East. His establishment of a multi-state empire governed from the 4 major capitals of Passagarde, Babylon, Susa, and Ecbatana was a testament to the empire's vastness and diversity. This innovative system of governance allowed for the integration of various cultures and regions into a broad, cohesive imperial structure, while also granting a degree of regional autonomy through the satrapy system. Each satrapy served as an administrative unit, typically organized and based on geographical boundaries, and was overseen by its own satrap, or governor. Now this structure was complemented by a general who oversaw military recruitment and maintained order, and also a state secretary who was responsible for keeping official records. These positions created a direct line of communication and accountability to both the satrap and the central government, ensuring efficient administration and control across the empire's extensive territory. The military and administrative innovations of Cyrus were instrumental in the empire's expansion and consolidation, especially the notable creation of the Immortals. You may have heard of them, an elite unit of 10,000 highly trained soldiers. This exemplified the empire's military and strategic capabilities. And don't believe the movies. They were actually a lot better at fighting than, is it Frank Hubert who did the 300 film? I can't quite recall. Either way, they were a lot better than the comic books will tell you. Additionally, the establishment of an extensive postal system, that's right, the post system, based on a network of relay stations known as Chapar Khaneh, facilitated rapid and reliable communication. The discovery of the Persepolis administrative archives in the 1930s provided unprecedented insights into Achaemenid administrative and governmental systems, with a smaller portion in Aramaic and a singular tablet identified written in Old Persian, shed light on the inner workings of the Achaemenid administration. The presence of numerous seals and seal impressions among these documents shows the bureaucratic process and data flow within Persepolis, and it gives us a pretty good glimpse into the daily management of the empire's affairs over a period of around 50 consecutive years from 509 to 457 BC. The introduction of the Persian darik, a gold coin, alongside its silver counterpart of lesser value, the siglos, by Darius I, marked a significant milestone in the economic history of the Achaemenid Persians, and, frankly, the world. This bimetallic monetary standard, a pioneering concept at the time, laid the foundation for economic systems that would persist well into the modern era. Darius's reign was characterized by far-reaching economic reforms, including the establishment of a standardized coinage system that facilitated trade and economic integration within the vast empire. The daric, in particular, became a symbol of Persian wealth and economic power, playing a critical role in the empire's commercial activities. Darius had also revolutionized the empire's economic structure through the implementation of a regulated and sustainable tax system. I'm sure that made him popular. This system was meticulously designed to reflect the economic potential and productivity of each satrapy, ensuring a fair and balanced contribution from each region. The tax assessments varied significantly, with Babylon, for instance, being required to contribute a substantial amount in both silver talents and provision for the army. India's tribute highlighted its renown for gold, while Egypt, with its abundant crops, was tasked with becoming the granary of the empire, contributing both grain and silver. So really, it wasn't that bad. I mean, if you had an abundance of a certain thing in your lands, well, why not use your tax that thing to pay your taxes, rather? It wasn't just give us money. It was basically give us what you can. But then again, if you didn't give enough, perhaps the taxman would come to your door. While the taxation on subject peoples was not merely a means of filling the empire's coffers, but it was also a method of integrating the diverse regions under Persian rule through a single, unified economic policy. The evidence suggests that the empire also regulated the slave trade. Well, unfortunately, they had that as well. So they imposed taxes on private slave sales, indicating another advanced level of administrative control and an early form of sales tax. Now, beyond the economic reforms, and just before we finish up, Darius's reign was notable for the codification of the data, a comprehensive legal system that laid the groundwork for future Iranian laws, reflecting the emperor's commitment to justice and order throughout his domain. Moreover, the construction of Persepolis as the new ceremonial capital embodied the empire's glory and sophistication, serving as just one more testament to why Persia is an unforgettable empire. The Achaemenid Empire, also known as the First Persian Empire, was one of the most significant civilizations of the ancient world. Founded by Cyrus the Great, and spanning from approximately 550 BC to 330 BC, the empire reached its peak under rulers like Darius the Great and Xerxes. At its height, it encompassed vast territories across 3 continents, including present-day Iran, Iraq, Egypt, Turkey, and even as far as parts of the Indian subcontinent. But it wasn't all a conquest. They were known for their administrative innovations, extensive road networks, and tolerance of diverse cultures and religions. And that's the topic for the day. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again for another video. If you'd like to support the channel, perhaps head over to my Patreon. Otherwise, if you feel inclined to like, comment and subscribe, that goes a long, long way. Now, without further ado, let's get on with our video today. A short history of the Achaemenid Empire. Let's start from the beginning. The Achaemenid Empire, a formidable ancient civilization, traces its origins to the Persian people, who migrated to the region of modern-day Iran around 1000 BC. Initially nomadic pastoralists, the Persians settled in northwestern Iran, the Zagros Mountains, the Persis, alongside the indigenous Elamites. While the Achaemenids were not the first Iranian empire, their rise to power was significant. They originally ruled from the Elamite city of Anshan, present-day Marvdasht, with titles such as King of Anshan inherited from the Elamite predecessors. The lineage of the earliest kings of Anshan is still a subject of debate, with conflicting accounts in historical records, of which there are many. Well, according to the Cyrus cylinder, key figures include Tapestry, Cyrus I, Cambyses I, and Cyrus II, famously known as Cyrus the Great, who established the empire. However, later inscriptions like the Behistun inscription present differing genealogies, with Tapestry being attributed as the son of Achaemenes. Herodotus's histories introduce Cyrus the Great as the son of Cambyses I and Mandane of Media, highlighting the empire's intricate familial and historical complexities. Well, however it is, we'll do our best to work it out. Now, in the 550s BC, Cyrus initiated a revolt against the Median Empire, culminating in a decisive victory in 550, which saw him overthrow Astyages, the Median king, and seize control of the capital city of Ecbatana. Asserting himself as Astyages' successor, Cyrus assumed dominion over the entire empire. However, this acquisition of power came with inherited problems, such as territorial disputes with the neighboring powers, notably Lydia and the formidable Neo-Babylonian Empire. Remember, we inherit a world out of the Bronze Age. Characters such as Sargon of Akkad and great rulers such as these had already forged the landscape by the sword. And the Neo-Babylonian Empire, well, they were certainly a tough cookie. Now, during the 540s BC, King Croesus of Lydia saw an opportunity to expand into former Median territories in Asia Minor. In response to this, Cyrus quickly launched a successful counterattack, resulting in the capture of Sardis and the downfall of the Lydian kingdom in 546. Despite initially appointing Pactyes to oversee Lydia, a rebellion erupted in his absence. Cyrus swiftly dispatched the Median generals Mazares and later Harpagus to quell the uprising, leading to the subjugation of Lydia over a 4-year period. Now, the transition of power from the Medes to the Persians prompted various revolts among the tributaries of the Median Empire, compelling Cyrus to confront rebellions in regions such as Bactria and Central Asia against the Saka nomads. To consolidate control, Cyrus established garrison towns, including the notable Persepolis, across Central Asia during these campaigns. Now that leads us to the period between 547 and 539, where the details of the Persia-Babylon relations remain a little unclear, although it is probable that tensions had simmered down somewhat between the two empires in the years leading up to the conflict of 540 to 539, culminating in the eventual fall of Babylon. Now, in October 539, Cyrus achieved a significant victory against the Babylonians at Opis, before swiftly taking control of Sippar and eventually capturing Babylon completely on October the 12th. Nabonidus, the Babylonian king, was subsequently slapped in irons and taken captive. Talk about a fall from grace. Well, upon seizing Babylon, and this was a big deal, Cyrus embarked on a propaganda campaign portraying himself as a restorer of divine order disrupted by Nabonidus, who had favored the cult of sin over Marduk. Now, when I say cult of sin, don't think sin as in our Christian or Judeo-Semitic sort of wording. Sin was just the name of another god in their pantheon. Although the cult of sin sounds like a pretty good name for a metal band, doesn't it? Although Marduk is the name of a metal band, so, well, that's where they got their ideas. Anyway, I digress. He also sought to revive the legacy of the Neo-Assyrian Empire, drawing parallels with the Assyrian king Ashurbanipal. The Hebrew Bible also commends Cyrus for his conquest of Babylon, hailing him as chosen by Yahweh. Why is this? Well, you see, Cyrus is credited with liberating the people of Judah from exile and sanctioning the reconstruction of Jerusalem, including the Second Temple. But that was destroyed again some 800 years later by the Romans. But that's a different video. Now in 530 BC, Cyrus passed away, likely during a military campaign against the Massagetæ in Central Asia. He was succeeded by his eldest son, Cambyses II, who swiftly expanded Persian territory, subduing Phoenicia and Cyprus by 525 BC. Cambyses then set his sights on Egypt, with plans for invasion aided by the Persian navy. And Egypt was a big one, because they were one of the main players in the Bronze Age, and actually one of the few kingdoms that had survived the collapse. The rest of them tended to go out like a spent candle, almost. Now, the death of Pharaoh Amasis II in 526 led to defections to the Persian side, culminating in the Battle of Pelusium, where Psamtik III was defeated, and once again, as was a custom of the Achaemenids, slapped in irons and captured. Now Herodotus, the Greek historian, portrays Cambyses as openly hostile towards Egyptian culture and religion, emphasizing his desecration of sacred symbols and temples, and notably the murder of the sacred Apis bull. Allegations of Cambyses' descent into madness, leading to fratricide and other atrocities, are widely documented in classical sources, although some historical evidence contradicts these accounts, suggesting participation in religious rites associated with the Apis funeral in 524. But the general consensus is Cambyses went a little bit off the rails. Now, after consolidating his control over Egypt, Cambyses II turned his attention to further expansion, encountering relatively little resistance from the Libyans and Greeks of Cyrene and Barca, who submitted and paid tribute without any significant conflict. Intent on extending Persian influence in Africa, Cambyses planned invasions of Carthage, the oasis of Ammon, and Ethiopia. While the naval assault on Carthage was purportedly aborted due to reluctance from Phoenician sailors, historians question the veracity of this claim. Nevertheless, Cambyses focused his efforts on campaigns against Ammon and Ethiopia, seeking to fortify Persian positions in the region. Cambyses established a garrison at Elephantine, manned primarily by Jewish soldiers, to secure strategic points in the western oases and consolidate Persian control. Although Herodotus attributes the failure of the Ethiopian campaign to Cambyses' alleged madness and logistical issues, archaeological evidence suggests the continued Persian presence in the region. Just quickly about Herodotus. It's best that whenever you read something from Herodotus, you take it with a substantial grain of salt, especially when he's talking about the numbers of battles and things like this. Often you will hear him making these big exaggerations, such as, a million Persians held off by 10,000 Greeks, something like this. So it's best that we take that source with a little bit of peer review. Now, the circumstances surrounding Cambyses' demise and the ascension of his brother Bardia, also known as Smerdis, are also a subject of debate. According to Herodotus, notoriously reliable, two magi seized power by exploiting Bardia's resemblance to the deceased prince. Alternatively, Ctesias suggests that Cambyses appointed a magus named Svendatades as a satrap of Bactria after Bardia's demise, leading to a conspiracy to replace Cambyses with the impostor Bardia. Well, the Behistun inscription, authored by Darius the Great, presents yet another version of events, implicating a magus named Gaumata in inciting revolution in Persia. Regardless of the differing accounts, Cambyses received word of the revolt in 522 and commenced a journey back to Persia, only to perish from an injury sustained in Syria. This paved the way for Bardia's impostor to assume the throne, although doubts persist regarding the authenticity of the accounts surrounding these events. Regardless, it makes for a rather interesting story, I'm sure you agree. Now, according to the Behistun inscription, Gaumata's reign lasted for about 7 months, until he was deposed in 522 by Darius the Great, also known as Dara Yarahush. Despite the persecution of the Magi, they also persisted, leading to another attempt at usurpation by the second pseudo-Smerdis named Vayazdata a year after Gautama's death. Ultimately, it was unsuccessful. And just quickly, the Magi, while the name does, yes, invoke the reference to the word magic, they were effectively astronomers and astrologers, that sort of thing, with quite an understanding of the heavens. In fact, the three wise men that visit Jesus in the Old Testament, New Testament rather, they were reportedly Magi from the East, who had came to give gifts. Whether you believe that or not, well, let's continue. Now, Herodotus also elaborates on the aftermath of these events, stating that the indigenous leadership engaged in debates regarding the optimal form of governance for the empire and ultimately decided a few different courses of action. Well, after all, it is all down to the king, and we'll get to him soon. Well, since the surrender of Macedon to the Persians, around 512 to 511 by King Amyntas I, Macedonians and Persians actually became intertwined in various ways. This marked the beginning of a period of interaction and collaboration between the two cultures, under the initiative of Darius the Great, who lived from 521 to 486 BC. Persian military operations expanded into the Balkans in 513, with a massive army invading the region. This campaign aimed to conquer European Scythians north of the Danube River, leading to the subjugation of several Thracian peoples and other territories along the European Black Sea coast. Darius appointed Megabazus to oversee further conquests in the Balkans, resulting in the subjugation of gold-rich Thrace, coastal Greek cities, and the powerful Paeonians. Macedon, too, fell under Persian domination after King Amyntas submitted to Persian authority. This period saw extensive intermarriage between Macedonian and Persian elites, fostering strong familial ties between the two powers. The Persian invasion contributed to Macedonia's rise in power, as the Macedonians became willing allies of the Persians, aiding them in conflicts against Athens and Sparta. Persians often referred to both Greeks and Macedonians as Yauna, with the Macedonians specifically identified as Greeks with hats that look like shields. Okay then. By the 5th century BC, the Persian Empire expanded to encompass vast territories, including the Persian Plateau, Mesopotamia, the Levant, Egypt, Armenia, parts of the Caucasus, and Central Asia, with regions as far as Afghanistan, Pakistan, and even parts of North Africa. Very impressive for the time. The Ionian Revolt, which spanned from 499 to 493 BC, was a pivotal event in ancient history, marking the first major conflict between Greece, as we know it, and the Achaemenid Empire, also known as this Persian Empire as well, so don't get those two confused thinking they're different things. Now this revolt arose from dissatisfaction of Greek cities in Asia Minor, present-day Turkey, with the tyrants that were appointed by Darius. The catalyst was the failed expedition led by Aristogoras, the tyrant of Miletus, who sought to conquer the island of Naxos to bolster his position both financially and in terms of prestige, which was indeed an extremely common and rather acceptable war justification. However, the mission ended in disaster, prompting Aristogoras to incite all of Ionia into rebellion against Persian rule, the time was right. Well, the Persians responded by systematically subduing the rebellious cities along the coast of Asia Minor, eventually imposing a peace settlement in 493. However, Darius had a rather bad taste in his mouth from all this, and he vowed to punish Athens and Eretria for their support of the Ionian revolt, viewing the political situation in Greece as a threat to the stability of his own empire. In 492, the Persian general Mardonius re-subjugated Thrace and fully incorporated Macedonia as a part of the Achaemenid Empire. The following year, Darius launched an invasion of Greece to assert Persian dominance in the region. Despite initial successes, very many initial successes, including the sacking of Athens, the Persians faced a fierce resistance from the Greek forces, notably at the Battle of Marathon in 490. While 4 years later, Darius's death led the invasion unfinished, but his successor, Xerxes, resolved to fulfill his father's ambition. No doubt you're familiar with him. Well, in 480 BC, Xerxes launched a massive invasion of Greece, and they were doing very well, until they got to the Battle of Thermopylae, where they faced the 300 Spartans and around 7,000 other Greeks. But of course, saying that they faced the 300 Spartans, well, that sells a few more movies and books, doesn't it? But it wasn't just that defeat. It was also Artemisium and the naval battle of Salamis that really put the nail in the coffin for them. Now, they were initially successful, but this defeat at Salamis forced Xerxes to retreat. The Greeks had effectively won, at least for now. The following year, the Greek forces, led by the Spartan general Pausanias, achieved another resounding victory over the Persians at the Battle of Plataea, effectively ending the Persian invasion of Greece for good. The Battle of Plataea, coupled with the concurrent Greek victory at Mycale, led to the liberation of Greek cities in Asia Minor and the loss of Persian territories in Europe. And the Greeks were very happy because they could go back to fighting each other again. And very soon after that, Athens and Sparta began a war over territory and resources and all the rest. If there's anything the Greeks hate more than the Persians, it's each other. What a shame. Now, old Xerxes, he wasn't around for much longer, because he was assassinated by Artabanus, the commander of the royal bodyguard, ironically. Marked the end of his reign, though the exact circumstances surrounding his death, well, that's another topic of debate. Either way, it's somewhat reminiscent of the Praetorian Guard situation over in Rome. Be very careful who you choose for your bodyguards. Now, following this assassination, Artaxerxes I, his son, ascended to the Persian throne, and during his reign he made some significant changes. Notably, Elamite ceased to be the language of government, with Aramaic gaining importance, and it's also speculated that the solar calendar was introduced as the national calendar during this time. Additionally, under Artaxerxes, Zoroastrianism became the de facto religion of the empire. The period saw a shift in Persian strategy towards Greece. After Persia's defeat at the Battle of Eurymedon, Artaxerxes pursued a policy of weakening the Athenians by supporting their adversaries in Greece. This led to the relocation of the treasury of the Delian League from Delos to the Athenian Acropolis. Consequently, tensions between Persia and Greece reignited again, culminating in renewed hostilities, notably in the Battle of Cyprus in 450. Well, despite all these conflicts, Artaxerxes I demonstrated diplomatic skill by offering asylum to Themistocles, the one who wiped the floor with them at the Battle of Salamis, who had been ostracized from Athens. Well, you see, Themistocles was granted various cities and provisions, including Magnesia, Myus, Percote, and Lampsacus, underscoring Artaxerxes' willingness to extend the hand of protection to influential figures from rival states, and no doubt the Athenians were certainly raising a few eyebrows, if not shaking a few fists, at his defection. Well, upon Artaxerxes' death in 424 at Susa, his body was interred in the tomb that had been prepared for him at Nash-e-Rustam necropolis, in accordance with Persian tradition, where kings would begin construction of their own tombs while still alive. Dig your own grave and save. He was succeeded by his eldest legitimate son, Xerxes II. However, Xerxes II's reign was also short-lived, as he was assassinated while he was off his head drunk by Pharnakias of Menostanis, on the orders of his illegitimate brother Sogdianus, who swiftly ascended to the throne. Of course, coming to power this way implies that your rule is not going to be very stable. Sogdianus only lasted for 6 months and 15 days before he was overthrown and executed by his half-brother Ochus, who subsequently took the royal name Darius the Great, and his ascension ended the brief power vacuum, managing to restore a much-needed stability to the empire. During Darius II's reign, Persia's foreign policy oscillated, with shifting alliances between Athens and Sparta. Ultimately, Sparta emerged victorious over Athens in 404, and they actually had a lot of help from Persia. Old enemies into friends, it seems. However, Darius II's reign was marked by internal strife as well. It wasn't easy, including the rise of his son Cyrus the Younger, who attempted to seize the throne but was thwarted by Artaxerxes II, his elder brother. Now, Artaxerxes II's reign was quite lengthy, 45 years, pretty good in contrast to 6 months and 15 days, and it brought relative peace and stability to the Achaemenid Empire. It was during this period that many monumental constructions were undertaken, including the extension of the capital at Persepolis and the lavish expansion of the summer capital at Ecbatana. Additionally, Zoroastrian shrines proliferated under his reign, spreading throughout Asia Minor and the Levant. These constructions, while serving religious purposes, also generated significant income for the empire through mandatory temple taxes, a concept adopted from the rather clever Babylonian kings of former times. Artaxerxes II's reign was also marked by significant military and diplomatic maneuvers, particularly in relation to Greece and Egypt, the two big players. He became embroiled in the Corinthian War, siding with Sparta against Athens and its allies. However, he later betrayed Sparta and brokered the Treaty of Antalcidas, which restored Persian control over Greek cities in Ionia and Aeolus, while granting Sparta dominance of the Greek mainland. In addition to his conflicts in Greece, Artaxerxes faced challenges from the Egyptians, who had revolted against Persian rule at the start of his reign. Despite an unsuccessful attempt to reconquer Egypt in 373, the Persians eventually defeated a joint Egyptian-Spartan effort to conquer Phoenicia. Artaxerxes II also suppressed the revolt of the satraps from 372 to 362, asserting his authority over the provinces of the empire. His reign was characterized by a complex family life, with numerous wives and a vast number of sons. Do you want to take a guess how many? Well, apparently, he had over 115 sons from around 350 wives. Call Moripovich, you are the father. Well, upon his death in 358 BC, and certainly a very large funeral, I'm sure, Artaxerxes II was succeeded by his son Artaxerxes III, who continued his father's policies. Now, he compelled Athens to conclude a peace agreement, forcing the city's forces to withdraw from Asia Minor and recognize the independence of its rebellious allies. Additionally, he embarked on a campaign against the rebellious Kassudians, successfully managing to pacify them and laying the groundwork for the rise of Darius Codomanus, who would later ascend to the Persian throne as Darius III. Artaxerxes III's reign was marked by significant military campaigns and political upheavals, particularly in Asia Minor and Egypt. He ordered the disbandment of satrapal armies in Asia Minor, fearing that they could spark revolts against him. However, this decree was deified by Artabazos II of Phrygia, leading to a rebellion supported by Athens. Despite initial victories by the rebels, they were defeated by Artaxerxes' forces in 353. In 351 BC, Artaxerxes III launched a campaign to reconquer Egypt, which had revolted during the reign of his father. Simultaneously, a rebellion erupted in Asia Minor, supported by Thebes, posing a serious threat to Persian control. Artaxerxes led a vast army into Egypt, but suffered a decisive defeat at the hands of the Egyptian pharaoh Nectanebo II. Forced to retreat, Artaxerxes postponed his plans to reclaim Egypt. Rebellions also erupted in other places: Cyprus, Asia Minor, Phoenicia. They all did their part to destabilize the Persian control in the region. In 343, Artaxerxes entrusted the suppression of the Cyprian rebels to Idreus of Caria, who employed Greek mercenaries led by Phocion the Athenian. Despite initial successes in Cyprus, the Persian forces suffered defeats in Phoenicia at the hands of Tenes, aided by Greek mercenaries sent by Nectanebo II. Now, undeterred, Artaxerxes personally was at the helm of a massive army against Sidon, seeking Greek assistance. Although refused aid by Athens and Sparta, he managed to secure support from Thebes, Argos, and various Greek cities in Asia Minor. With his coalition, Artaxerxes besieged Sidon, and upon its fall, subjected its inhabitants to brutal reprisals, resulting in the death of thousands and the city's complete destruction. Artaxerxes' ruthlessness extended to his treatment of Jews who supported the revolt, whom he sent into exile at Hyrcania. His reign was characterized by this relentless pursuit of centralization and control, marked by military campaigns and harsh reprisals against those who dared to challenge Persian authority. Well, following the reduction and liquefaction of Sidon, Artaxerxes III turned his attention to the invasion of Egypt, the big one, in 343 BC. Alongside his formidable Persian army of 330,000 soldiers, he enlisted the support of 14,000 Greek mercenaries supplied by various Greek cities of Asia Minor. These Greek forces were divided into 3 groups, each led by a Persian and Greek commander. The Greek commanders included Lacrates of Thebes, Mentor of Rhodes, Nicostratus of Argos, while the Persian leaders were Rosakes, Aristazanes, and Bagaos. Now facing Artaxerxes III was the Egyptian pharaoh Nectanebo, who commanded an army of 100,000 troops, and that included 20,000 Greek mercenaries. Nectanebo II strategically utilized the Nile River and its tributaries, which they knew a lot better than the Persians did, as well as his powerful navy, to defend Egypt's territory. The terrain, crisscrossed by canals and fortified towns, initially favored Nectanebo's defensive strategy. However, he wasn't so smart after all. His overconfidence in his own leadership abilities, and rather a lack of competent generals, led to tactical errors that allowed the combined Persian forces to outmaneuver and ultimately defeat the Egyptian army. Despite initial resistance, Nectanebo's forces were overwhelmed by the superior tactics and coordination of the Persians and Greeks. As Persians' victories mounted, Egyptian defenses crumbled, leading to the rapid conquest of numerous towns across Lower Egypt. Now facing the imminent fall of Memphis, Nectanebo II made the fateful decision to just abandon Egypt and flee southward to Ethiopia, where he could be safe and sound. While with Nectanebo's flight, the Persian army achieved complete victory, occupying the lower delta of the Nile. The remaining Egyptian garrisons, composed of both Greek and Egyptian troops, were simply unable to withstand the Persian onslaught, leading to the swift submission of all of Egypt to the rule of Artaxerxes III. Oh, and what about the Jews residing in Egypt? Well, they were either deported to Babylon or relocated to the south coast of the Caspian Sea, mirroring the fate of their counterparts from Phoenicia. Now, in the aftermath of this conquest, Artaxerxes implemented harsh measures to solidify Persian control over Egypt. He ordered the destruction of city walls, initiated a reign of terror, and looted temples to accumulate wealth for Persia. It didn't help that high taxes were imposed to weaken Egypt's ability to revolt, and to raise money, of course. Believers in the native religion were also persecuted at every level, and sacred texts, well, they were stolen and hidden away. Now, before departing for Persia, Artaxerxes appointed Pharandares as the satrap of Egypt, ensuring continued Persian administration of the conquered territory. This successful invasion of Egypt further enriched Artaxerxes III, allowing him to generously reward his mercenaries upon his return to the Persian capital. After consolidating all of his control over Egypt, he turned his attention to quelling insurrections and rebellions across the Persian Empire, internal issues that were plaguing the Persian Empire for quite some time. Over the next few years, he effectively suppressed any and all challenges to his rule, and he had the power to do so, ensuring that the empire was firmly under his control. Egypt remained a part of the Persian Empire until its conquest by Alexander the Great. Now, following all of these successes, Artaxerxes faced no further revolts or rebellions within his empire. Mentor and Bagos, two generals who had distinguished themselves in the Egyptian campaign, were awarded with high-ranking positions. Mentor, appointed governor of the entire Asiatic seaboard, played a crucial role in pacifying regions that had rebelled against Persian rule, and under his leadership, the Asian Mediterranean coast was brought into complete submission and dependence. Meanwhile, Bagos returned to the Persian capital and became instrumental in the internal administration of the empire, ensuring stability throughout all of its territories. During the final years of Artaxerxes III's reign, the Persian Empire experienced a period of vigorous, successful, and stable governance. While in the Mediterranean region, Persian forces regained control of Ionia and Lycia, asserting dominance over the Aegean and Mediterranean seas. They also expanded into territories formerly held by Athens, consolidating Persian influence in the region. Despite calls from figures like Isocrates for a crusade, to use those terms, against the Persians, Greek city-states, well, they simply lacked the strength and the unity and the money to mount a significant resistance, if a resistance at all. They all agreed the game was simply not worth the candle. Well, Artaxerxes recognized the growing power of Philip II of Macedon at this time and sought to contain Macedonian influence. And if you don't recognize the name, that's Alexander the Great's dad. Well, he ordered Persian forces to assist the Thracian prince Cersobleptes in maintaining his independence and aiding the city of Perinthus against Philip's siege. However, by the end of Artaxerxes' reign, Philip II had already formulated plans for an invasion of the Persian Empire, but he didn't get the support from the rest of the Greeks. Well, Artaxerxes, as formidable as he was, he couldn't live forever, right? He was actually poisoned by Bagos, that general whom he gave so much to, with the assistance of a physician, and this marked the end of his reign. What a way to go. After his death, Artaxerxes IV briefly ascended to the throne, only to be poisoned by Bagaus again. Well, after that, they orchestrated the massacre of Arce's children and many other princes. Bagaus himself installed Darius the Third, a nephew of Artaxerxes IV, as the new ruler. However, the tables turn, and somebody pulled the Uno reverse card, because Darius III later forced Bagaus to consume the same poison himself. Have a taste of your own medicine, Bagaus. Well, he ended up deep underground. In 334, as Darius III was attempting to subdue Egypt, which had kicked off again, Alexander the Great invaded Asia Minor with his battle-hardened troops, in their battle-hardened phalanx nonetheless. Well, Alexander's conquest of Persia just had victory after victory. First it was the Battle of Granicus in 334, then the Battle of Issus in 333, and then Gaugamela, the big one, in 331 BC. Subsequently, he captured Susa and Persepolis, both of which surrendered in the early of 330 BC. He then marched north to Pasargadae, where he visited the tomb of Cyrus the Great. Upon reaching Cyrus's tomb, Alexander was reportedly dismayed by its desecration and questioned the magi responsible. He ordered Aristobulus to restore the tomb's interior, showing respect for Cyrus's memory. From there, he proceeded to Ecbatana, where Darius III, the ruler of the Persian Empire, or at least what was left of it, had sought refuge. Darius was eventually betrayed by his Bactrian satrap Bessus, who murdered him and declared himself Darius's successor, Artaxerxes V. While Bessus attempted to rally forces against Alexander, but he was apprehended and executed in a very cruel manner by Alexander, who feared the threat of Bessus gaining control. While following Alexander's death in 323, his empire was divided among his generals, resulting in the establishment of smaller states. The old territories of the Achaemenid Empire, the places that the Persians ruled, were divided among different Macedonians. The new Seleucid Empire, ruled by Alexander's general Seleucus I Nicator, held sway over the Iranian plateau. However, native Iranian rule was later restored by the Parthians, who founded the Parthian Empire in the northeastern area of Iran during the 2nd century BC. Well, that is another video entirely. Darius the Great, who reigned from 522 BC to 486 BC, was a formidable monarch of the Achaemenid Empire. Ascending to the throne following the assassination of the usurper Bardia, he quickly consolidated power, significantly expanding the empire's territory and reorganizing it into several satrapies, thereby streamlining governance through advanced administrative and communication networks, including the famous Royal Road. Darius is also celebrated for his ambitious construction projects in Persepolis and Susa, where he built splendid palaces and centers of administration that showcase the empire's wealth and architectural innovation. His economic reforms included standardizing weights and measures and introducing the Daric, a new gold currency, to facilitate trade across the expansive empire. Moreover, he extended Persian influence westward, clashing with Greek city-states and setting the stage for continued conflicts with the Greeks under his successors. His role not only enhanced the administrative efficiency of the empire, but also contributed to its stability and prosperity, cementing his legacy as a leader with remarkable administrative skill and a progressive approach to the diverse cultures within his vast realm. Hello, welcome to the channel. Here we are again, going a little further back today, back to the days of the Achaemenid Empire. As always, if you leave an interesting comment, you will perhaps be the person who gets pinned at the top of the comment section. Perhaps you'll make me giggle with your comment, or you'll make us all think with some astute observation. Well, that being said, let's all get comfortable and get on with the video. Well, Darius, of his 4 siblings, was the oldest. His father was Hystaspes. Well, Hystaspes was, according to Ammianus Marcellinus, quite a great man, and I'll actually begin it by setting the stage by reading an account from Ammianus Marcellinus about Hystaspes. Hystaspes, a very wise monarch, the father of Darius, who, while boldly penetrating into the remoter districts of Upper India, came to a certain woody retreat, of which with its tranquil silence of the Brahmans, men of sublime genius, were the possessors. From their teachings he learned the principles of motion of the world and of the stars, and the pure rites of sacrifice, as far as he could, and of what he learned he infused some portion into the minds of the Magi, which they have handed down by tradition to later ages, each instructing his own children and adding it to their own system of divination. Well, it's not bad to have that kind of review from Marcellinus. But what about his mother? Well, that's unfortunately a little bit less documented. A bit of a mystery. Seems to be a running trend with figures from that time period. It is thought by some that one Rodogune was actually Darius's mother, but there have been some recently uncovered records at Persepolis, which indicate that his mother was actually one Irdabama, a wealthy landowner descended from a family of Elamite kings in the area. The Behistun inscription of Darius states that in 522 BC his father was the satrap of Bactria, and according to Herodotus, Darius served as a spearman, Doriforos in the Greek tongue, for the Persian great king Cambyses II during his Egyptian campaign, which was in the 3 years between 528 and 25 BC, before assuming power. This is usually taken to mean that Darius had once held the rather prestigious role of being the king's personal spear carrier. Now, in terms of Hystaspes, his father, he was a military officer in Cyrus's army and a member of the nobility at his court. Now, before Cyrus the Great and his army crossed the Araxes River to face the Armenians, he named his son Cambyses II as the heir apparent, just in case he did not make it through the battle. Following his passage across the Aras River, Cyrus had reportedly seen a vision of Darius, who stood at the border between Europe and Asia, representing his domination over the known world. And apparently, he had wings on his shoulders. After Cyrus had awoken from this dream, this vision, he concluded that Darius would someday rule the entire world, which of course presented a serious threat to the stability of the empire. Well, despite this, Darius's ambitions and potential for disloyalty were a source of concern, as he was not the legitimate successor to the kingdom, but rather Cambyses was, Cyrus's son. So you can see, Cyrus had gave his starspace instructions to go back to Persis and keep an eye on his son. Make sure he's not stepping out of line until Cyrus could return and figure out what exactly to do about this situation. Now, in terms of how Darius exactly came to the throne, there's a few divergent accounts. Of course, one is given by both Darius and the other one is given by the Greek historians, notoriously trustworthy ones too, like Herodotus. I'm joking. Well, the earliest historical narratives describe a convoluted sequence of events wherein Cambyses II actually went through a complete nervous breakdown, killed his brother Bardia, and eventually died from an injury to his leg, perhaps some kind of infection that is sustained through a wound, which is a pretty common way to go back in those times. Well, later, Darius had traveled to Sikayavati with a group of 6 of the nobility in order to kill one Gaumata, the pretender who had taken the throne by pretending to be the rightful king Bardia during his absence. Well, of course, we have the secondary source, the Behistun inscription, which asserts that Cambyses II assassinated his own brother Bardia, although this act of fratricide remained concealed from the population. Well, as someone aspiring to seize power, known as Gaumata rather. Don't think we'd have Gautama Buddha coming to seize power in the Achaemenid times. Well, this Gaumata deceitfully presented himself to the public, and he convinced everybody that he was the true heir Bardia. In the absence of Cambyses, a revolution against his rule erupted in March of 522 BC, as the Iranians became increasingly dissatisfied with the state of affairs. Soon, the Iranian population elected Gaumata as their leader, known as, of course, Bardia. Well, none of the members of the Achaemenid family would dare rebel against Gaumata, even if it meant risking their own lives. Now, Darius, who had previously served as Cambyses' lance-bearer until the overthrow of the emperor, sought assistance, and in September of 522 BC, together with Otanes, Intafrenes, Gobrias, Aspathenes, and a few others, assassinated Gaumata at the stronghold of Sikayavati. Well, Herodotus presents a questionable narrative of Darius's rise to power. Following the assassination of Gaumata, Darius and the remaining 6 nobles convened to celebrate deliberate the future of the empire. Initially, the 7 individuals deliberated about the structure of the government. Otanes, well, he advocated for a democratic republic, isonomia in the Greek tongue. Megabyzus advocated for an oligarchy, but Darius advocated for a monarchy. Well, Darius successfully persuaded the other nobles by arguing that a republic would result in corruption and internal conflict, whereas a monarchy would be governed with a focused determination that is unattainable in other forms of governance. Well, in order to determine the monarch, a test was devised by 6 individuals, with Otanes choosing not to participate due to a reported lack of desire to become king. The individuals were instructed to assemble outside the palace, seated on their horses at the moment of sunrise. The individual whose horse emitted the first neigh in acknowledgement of the ascending sun would be crowned as the ruler. According to Herodotus, Darius possessed a slave named Oebarus, who would manually stimulate the genitals of a mare that Darius's horse showed a preference for. Upon the gathering of the 6 individuals, Oebarus positioned his hands next to the nose of Darius's horse, which subsequently became stimulated by the aroma and emitted a neighing sound. Subsequently, there was a display of lightning and thunder, prompting the rest to dismount and kneel before Darius as a gesture of acknowledging his seemingly divine intervention. Darius asserted in this narrative that he ascended to the throne not by deceit, but through cunning. He even went so far as to commission a statue of himself on a horse, accompanied with the words inscribed, "Darius, son of Hystaspes, acquired the rulership of Persia through the astuteness of his horse and the clever ingenuity of his friend Oebarus." Well, that is one way to get the job. Now, according to Greek historians, Cambyses II entrusted one Patizaethes with the governance of the realm as he had embarked on his journey to Egypt. Subsequently, he dispatched Prexaspes with the intention of assassinating Bardia. Following the assassination, Patizaethes installed his brother, Gaumata, a Magian who had a striking resemblance to Bardia, and proclaimed him the great king. Otanes, along with 6 other Persian nobles, including Darius, uncovered Gaumata's fraudulent identity and devised a strategy to remove the impostor Bardia from power. Darius ascended to the throne the very next morning after eliminating the impostor. Of course, this information of Darius' ascent to power is widely recognized as a fabrication, and was actually employed to hide his overthrow and assassination of Bardia, who was the legitimate successor to Cyrus. In order to establish the legitimacy of his reign, Darius seems to have created a false connection between himself and Cyrus by declaring Achaemenes as the symbolic founder of their dynasty. Contrary to popular belief, Darius did not belong to the same lineage as Cyrus and his ancestors, who were the rulers of Anshan. Well, either way, he's in power now, isn't he? After being crowned at Pasargadae, Darius relocated to Ecbatana and discovered significant backing there for Bardia. Uprisings occurred throughout Elam and Babylonia, leading to Darius's arrest and execution of the revolutionary leader Aschina in Susa. The rebellion in Babylonia ended after 3 months. Darius also became aware of the rebellion in Bactria, which was actually on his side. Subsequently, uprisings occurred in Persis, Elam, Media, Parthia, Assyria, Babylonia, and Egypt. In 522 BC, Widespread uprisings against Darius had erupted throughout the Achaemenid realm, leading to complete chaos. Despite lacking popular support, Darius commanded a devoted military force, including 6 nobles who aided him in overthrowing Galmada. They successfully suppressed and extinguished all rebellions within the space of a year, eliminating the 9 deceitful rulers. Darius documented these uprisings extensively in the aforementioned Behistun inscription. But of course, it all sounds good and well when the victors write the histories. Well, what is history without a little bit of drama? We arrive to a pretty interesting incident in the early days of the reign of Darius, which is the one involving Interfernes, or rather the killing of Interfernes. He was one of the 7 aristocrats who had overthrown the previous ruler and helped establish Darius as the new king. Now, what had happened was the 7 individuals who originally were on Darius's team had reached a mutual understanding that granted them unrestricted access to the new monarch, with the exception of the occasions when he was in the company of a girl. Too busy, I suppose. Well, one evening, Interfernes visited the palace to meet Darius, but he was intercepted by 2 guards who told him he could not get through. Well, he didn't like that. He had asked them, "Why will you not let me in?" And they told him it's because Darius was in there with a woman and they didn't want to interrupt him. Well, Interfernes did not like that answer, so he unsheathed his sword and cut off the ears and noses of the 2 officers. Upon departing the palace, he dismounted his horse and securely fastened the 2 officers together using the bridle. Bad day at work, I suppose. Well, the officers approached Darius and presented evidence of the mistreatment they had suffered at the hands of Interfernes. And because of this, Darius grew apprehensive about his personal security, suspecting that several noblemen had formed an alliance to actually overthrow him, and he interpreted the assault on his officers as an initial indication of rebellion. But also, if 2 of your officers can't take down one soft-handed nobleman, well, maybe you should have gotten better guards. Anyway, he dispatched a message to every nobleman, inquiring whether they sanctioned the deeds of Interfernes. Of course, they repudiated any association with Interfernes' acts, affirming their unwavering support for Darius as the King of Kings, that being his actual title in Persian. While Darius's decision to consult the noblemen suggests that he still harbored some doubts regarding his absolute authority. Early days after you depose a king are always a little unstable. Well, to prevent any potential opposition, Darius dispatched troops to apprehend Interfernes, as well as his son, immediate family, relatives, and any acquaintances who possessed the ability to arm themselves against him. You see, Darius held the belief that Interfernes was plotting an insurrection. However, upon his appearance in court, no evidence substantiating such a scheme was found. Well, Darius exterminated the complete family of Interfernes anyway, with the exception of his wife, a male sibling, and offspring. She was presented with the dilemma of selecting either her brother or her son, and she selected her brother to survive. The rationale behind her decision was that while she could potentially have multiple husbands and sons, she would only ever have a single sibling. Darius was rather impressed by her reply, and decided not to harm either her brother or son. Well, once Darius established his control over the entire empire, he launched a military expedition to Egypt. There he successfully destroyed the pharaoh's army and gained control over the territories that Cambyses had previously conquered. Additionally, he incorporated a significant chunk of Egypt into the Achaemenid Empire, and through subsequent military battles, he eventually achieved dominion over the vast extent of the empire, which encompassed regions ranging from the Balkans in the west to the Indus Valley in the east. Indus Valley being the northern parts of what we now know as modern-day India. Now, in 516 BC, Darius initiated a military campaign into Central Asia, specifically targeting Arya and Bactria. Subsequently, he advanced into Afghanistan and reached Taxila, which is located in present-day Pakistan. Darius resided at Gandhara during the winter of 516 to 15, making preparations for a conquest of the Indus Valley. And when 515 rolled around, he achieved the conquest of these territories adjacent to the Indus River. He exerted dominion over the Indus Valley, spanning from Gandhara to present-day Karachi. Additionally, he commissioned the Greek explorer Scylax of Carianda to undertake a voyage across the Indian Ocean, starting at the Indus River's estuary and concluding at the Suez region. Subsequently, Darius proceeded to advance over the Bolan Pass and subsequently retraced his steps through Arcosia and Drangiana, ultimately returning to Persia. Following the assassination of Bardia, there were extensive uprisings that took place around the empire, mainly in the eastern regions. Thus, Darius consolidated his authority as monarch by the use of military force, which is usually the most effective way to consolidate anything, leading his army across the entire empire and quelling each uprising one by one. Of course, of all the uprisings, we talk about the big one, the Babylonian revolt, commanded by Nebuchadnezzar III, the most prominent of all of them. This uprising took place after Otanes relocated a significant portion of the military from Babylon to assist Darius in quelling additional uprisings. Darius perceived that the Babylonian populace had used and duped him, prompting him to amass a substantial military force and advance against Babylon. Now, upon arriving in Babylon, he encountered sealed gates and an array of fortification designed to prevent him and his army from entering. No Darius allowed, I'm afraid. Thus, he faced derision and jeering from the rebels, who famously taunted him with the phrase, "You will conquer our city when mules give birth to fowls." Insults were a little bit different back then, I suppose. Well, despite employing various tactics and plans, including imitating the methods used by Cyrus the Great to conquer Babylon in earlier times, Darius and his army were unsuccessful in capturing the city for a year and a half. However, according to the old story, the circumstances shifted in Darius's favor when a strategy was devised for one Zopyrus to assume the role of a defector, infiltrate the Babylonian encampment, and establish rapport with them. Of course, the strategy was effective as Darius's military forces ultimately encircled the city and triumphed over the insurgents. Well, it wasn't just the Babylonians giving them trouble. Amidst this uprising, the Scythian nomads capitalized on the turmoil and launched an invasion of Persia. After successfully quelling the rebellion in Elam, Assyria, and Babylon, Darius proceeded to launch an offensive against the Scythian invaders, chasing out the intruders, who guided him to a swamp. There he encountered unfamiliar foes and a mysterious Scythian tribe. While the Scythians were a collection of nomads from northern Iran who spoke a language that was known as Scythian. They invaded Media, engaged in battle with Cyrus and killed him, rebelled against Darius and posed a threat to trade between Central Asia and the Black Sea region. They inhabited the area between the Danube River, the River Don, and the Black Sea. I've got a whole video on them. It's a little bit old, but you'll find it in the playlists. I've forgotten which playlist I put it in, but I know it's in one of them. Perhaps it'll be a fun game to look for it, Well, in 513 BC, Darius launched an ambitious military campaign into European Scythia, marking one of the earliest major incursions by the Achaemenid Empire. The campaign began with Darius traversing the Black Sea using a pontoon bridge near the Bosphorus Straits, showcasing the engineering capabilities and strategic planning of the Persian Empire. He led his forces into the vast and largely uncharted territories of Eastern Europe, targeting the Scythians. Now the Scythians were under the leadership of their ruler, Xerxes, who employed evasive and scorched earth tactics that frustrated Darius's efforts. They retreated eastward, drawing Darius deeper into their territory, destroying the landscape and leaving Darius's forces increasingly isolated in a very hostile environment. But despite these challenges, Darius's campaign did achieve some notable successes, such as advancing eastward through the cultivated regions of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, and capturing and destroying the city of Budini, a key ally of the Scythians. Either way, Darius was frustrated by the consistent lack of progress. The wheels were grinding to a halt. Thus, he sent an ultimatum to Xerxes, demanding that the Scythians either engage in battle or submit to Persian rule. Well, the response was defiant, stating that the Scythians would not fight unless the Persians located and attempted to desecrate their ancestral tombs. Well, Darius pressed on, constructing 8 massive fortresses along the Oarus River, which Herodotus noted were still standing centuries later. Unfortunately, they're all gone now. After a month of pursuing the elusive Scythians, Darius realized the futility of further pursuit and began the long march back to Thrace. Despite not forcing the Scythians into submission, the Persian forces captured significant territories, established strategic fortifications, and demonstrated the military might of the Achaemenids to the Scythians and other eastern tribes. The Scythians, on the other hand, successfully avoided a decisive battle with the Persians, and managed to preserve their independence and way of life, albeit at the cost of their most valuable territories and the lives of many of their people. Plenty more where that came from. Although the Scythians employed evasive strategies, Darius's military expedition had thus far achieved a considerable degree of success. Now, according to Herodotus, the strategies employed by the Scythians led to the forfeiture of most of their valuable territories and caused harm to their faithful allies. While traveling eastward through the cultivated fields of the Scythians in Eastern Europe, Darius was able to sustain himself by receiving supplies from his fleet and relying on the resources of the land. While advancing eastward through the European Scythian territories, he successfully seized control of the heavily defended city of Budini and proceeded to set it ablaze. Darius ultimately commanded the cessation at the shores of Oarus, where he constructed the 8 formidable formations. Following a month-long pursuit of the Scythians, his military forces were experiencing casualties as a result of exhaustion, deprivation, and illness. But he had successfully captured the lands of the Scythians, at least the good ones, and that was enough to chalk up a victory. Now, Darius's European voyage during his reign was significant, starting with the conquest of Thrace and subjugating cities in the northern Aegean region. Macedonia, however, submitted and became a vassal state after being required to provide earth and water. Darius entrusted Megabyzus with the task of conquering Thrace and returned to Sardis to spend the winter. By 510 BC, the Greeks in Asia Minor and certain Greek islands had acquiesced to Persian domination. And to enhance the Persian-Greek relations, Darius invited Greeks to offer their services, granting them access to his court and treasuries. The Greeks fulfilled various roles under Darius, including statesmen, artisans, seafarers, and warriors. Now, Aristogoras orchestrated the Ionian Revolt, receiving assistance from Eretria and Athens. Persian military and naval actions led to the reconquest of Ionian and Greek islands, reassertion of control over Thrace, and the conquest of Macedonia in 492 led by Mardonius. Since the late 6th century BC, Macedon had been under Persian control in a state of tributary relations, but it did manage, barely, to maintain its independence. In 492, the war had led to complete subordination of the region, making it an integral part of the Persian structure. The first Persian invasion of Greece thus began through these military operations, leading to the expulsion of pro-Persian aristocrats from Athens and Sparta. Darius replied by sending his son-in-law's army across the Hellespont. However, a strong storm and Thracians' persecution forced the army to flee to Persia. Darius assembled 20,000 men under his admiral Datis and his nephew Artaphernes to counterattack against Athens and Eretria. And they won by taking Eretria and advancing on Marathon. Miltiades led 9,000 highly armed Athenian troops, 600 Plataeans, and 10,000, albeit weakly equipped soldiers to victory over the Persian army at Marathon in 490 BC. The Persian foray into Greece thus ended with the Marathon conflict. Well, instead of delegating to his generals, Darius organized a separate military army, which he would personally lead from the front. Before the preparations were finished, however, Darius died, leaving his son Xerxes in charge. Now, Darius descended from Hystaspes and Arsames. he married Cyrus's daughter Atossa, and he had 4 sons of his own: Xerxes, Achaemenid, Masistes, and Hystaspes, named after his father. He also married Cyrus's daughter Artistone. Arsames and Gorbrias were his sons from the union. Darius married Bardia's daughter too, Parmias, and he had Ariomardus. Darius also married his niece, Fratagune, and had 2 sons, Abrocomas and Hipperantes. Well, because of Atossa, Xerxes became Darius's successor, and the future emperor instead of Artabarzanes, Darius's eldest son. Atossa was powerful in the realm because Darius had loved her the most. Now, back to the Battle of Marathon. After the defeat, Darius prepared a military campaign against the Greek city-states. Now, Darius, not Datis, would lead the imperial army in this conquest. And after 3 years of preparing soldiers and ships for the battles, Darius faced an Egyptian insurrection, and the rebellion in Egypt worsened his health and prevented him from commanding another armed force. After 30 days of illness, partly due to his role in suppressing the uprising, he passed away at the age of 64. He was embalmed and buried in a rock-carved tomb at Nakh-e-Rostam in October of 486 BC, a location that he had already prepared beforehand. Well, he's dead now, isn't he? But what made him so great? Well, before we go, let's have a look at a few of his achievements. Well, Darius wanted to reform the empire, and it was already very much an empire before he came around. He also wanted to improve the income system he had inherited from Cyrus and Cambyses at the start of his tenure. He created 20 satrapies, ruled by satraps, and required to pay fixed taxes. Herodotus' catalogue begins with Ionia and lists the subsequent satrapies west to east, save for Persis. Now, Persis was the Persian homeland, and that was the only province that did not need to be conquered. To pay tribute, silver and gold talents were used. Babylonian talent measured satraps' silver tributes. Now, gold-paid people were measured by euboic talent. The satraps paid less than 15,000 silver talents each. Most of the satraps were Persian and belonged to either the royal house or the 6 prominent royal families. Darius personally selected these satraps to oversee these territories. The provinces were subdivided into sub-provinces, each with its own governor, who was appointed either by a royal court or the satrap himself. A commission conducted an evaluation of the expenses and earnings of each satrap in order to appraise their tributes. Now, in addition, royal inspectors who served as Darius's surveillance agents conducted additional examinations and audits of the situations of each satrap. A complex system, quite ahead of its time. Think of the tax department coming out and assessing you, taking from you pretty much what you could realistically give while still being prosperous. Now, of course, the imperial administration was centrally managed, which had offices, the chancery, if we're going to use that kind of modern word, in Persepolis, Susa, and Babylon. Additionally, there were branches of the chancery in Bactria, Ecbatana, Sardis, Memphis, and Dascylium. Darius maintained Aramaic as the lingua franca, which rapidly disseminated across the empire, but nevertheless he assembled a consortium of individuals to devise an independent linguistic framework exclusively employed in Persis and by the Persians, known as the Aryan alphabet, which was exclusively utilized for official engravings. Darius also implemented the introduction of a novel global currency known as the Daric at some point before 500 BC. He employed the coinage system as a universal currency to oversee and control trade and commerce across the vast kingdom. The Daric currency gained recognition not just inside the empire's borders, but also in regions like Celtic Central Europe and Eastern Europe. There existed two distinct varieties of Darics, namely a gold and a silver Daric. Exclusive authority to produce gold Darics was reserved solely for the king. Prominent military leaders and provincial governors produced silver Darics, with the latter often used to enlist Greek mercenaries in Anatolia. Money talks, right? Well, the Daric significantly enhanced global commerce. Much easier just to pay with things with gold and silver measured out in certain values, rather than having to trade, I don't know, a box of fish for 2 fur coats. Well, he also constructed the Royal Road in order to enhance trade, which was a system for postal communication, as well as a commercial maritime network based on Phoenician methods. And the introduction of the Daric resulted in enhanced government income by facilitating the collection of new taxes on land, cattle, and marketplaces. Consequently, the land was surveyed and then subject to taxation. The augmented government revenues facilitated the maintenance and enhancement of current infrastructure, as well as the financing of irrigation projects in arid regions. The implementation of this new tax system also resulted in the establishment of state banking institutions and the development of banking companies. Well, I suppose it's not all good news. I hate banks. Well, Darius also constructed canals, subterranean water passages, and a formidable naval fleet in order to enhance the trade system. Herodotus states that the Qanat irrigation method was brought to Egypt, a claim that is corroborated by modern historians. He enhanced and extended the network of highways and way stations around the empire, establishing a system of travel authorization for the king, satraps, and other high-ranking officials. This allowed authorized travelers to receive food at designated stopping points along their journey. Now, in terms of spirituality, while there is no general consensus in scholarship as to whether Darius and his predecessors had been influenced by Zoroastrianism, it is well established that Darius was a firm believer in Ahura Mazda, whom he saw as the supreme deity. However, Ahura Mazda was also worshipped by adherents of the Indo-Iranian religious tradition too. Also, as can be seen in the Behistun inscription, Darius believed that Ahura Mazda had appointed him to rule the Achaemenid Empire, divine intervention. Now just quickly, Ahura Mazda is the good guy in Zoroastrianism, and Angra Mainyu is the bad guy, if we're going to boil it down to those terms. Well, Darius had a dualistic philosophical conviction and believed that each rebellion in his kingdom was the work of Druj, the enemy of Asha. Darius believed that because he lived righteously by Asha, Ahura Mazda supported him. In fact, we have many cuneiform inscriptions that denote these achievements, and he presents himself as a devout believer, perhaps even convinced that he had divine right to rule the entire world. However, his relationship with the deity was far more complex. There is an inscription that states, "Ahura Mazda is mine. I am Ahura Mazda's." Well, in the lands that were conquered by his empire, Darius followed the same Achaemenid tolerance that Cyrus had shown, and later Achaemenid kings would show. He supported faiths and religions that were alien to the Persians, as long as they were submissive and peaceful, sometimes giving them grants from his treasury for their purposes. He had founded the restoration of the Israelite temple, which had originally been decreed by Cyrus, and was supportive of Greek cults, which can be seen in his letter to the Gadatas, and supported Elamite priests. He had also observed Egyptian religious rituals related to kingship and had built the temple for the Egyptian god Amun. While undertaking his Greek expedition, Darius initiated construction endeavors in Susa, Egypt, and Persepolis. He connected the Red Sea to the river Nile by constructing a canal, giving it his name, the Darius Canal, which extended from present-day Xerxes to modern Suez. In order to inaugurate this canal, he journeyed to Egypt in 497 BC, where the ceremony was conducted with grandeur and jubilation. Darius constructed a canal to establish a connection between the Red Sea and the Mediterranean. And he also financed extensive infrastructure development initiatives at Susa, Egypt, and Babylon, as well as, of course, Persepolis, constructing a magnificent palace complex in the northern part of Susa. The palace was, however, demolished under the rule of Artaxerxes I, as indicated by an inscription still surviving, although it was subsequently reconstructed. Today, only the glazed bricks of the palace are still in existence. Well, Darius completed all unfinished construction projects at Pasargadae that were initiated during the reign of Cyrus the Great. He also commissioned the construction of a new palace, which included an inscription honoring Cyrus the Great. Previously, it was thought that Cyrus was the one who built this building. However, based on the use of cuneiform script, we can now conclude it was actually Darius. Well, he also constructed numerous temples and undertook the restoration of the previously damaged ones in Egypt. Despite his devotion to Ahura Mazda, Darius constructed temples specifically devoted to the deities of the Egyptian faith, which is really nice of him, I think. How tolerant. A number of temples were discovered that were specifically devoted to the worship of Ptah and Nekhbet. He additionally constructed numerous thoroughfares and pathways across Egypt. Frequently inscribed on the mountains, he constructed with the official languages of the Persian Empire, including Old Persian, Elamite, Babylonian, and Egyptian hieroglyphs. Darius enlisted a multitude of craftsmen and artisans from many nations to build these monuments, and some of these laborers were individuals who had been deported and were hired expressly to work on the monuments. These individuals who were deported contributed to the empire's economic growth and fostered better intercultural connections. Construction efforts were still ongoing, however, at the time of Darius's death, with some things remaining unfinished. Xerxes, however, did accomplish most of these tasks, and in certain instances enhanced his father's endeavors by constructing additional edifices of his own. Or maybe video on Xerxes soon. He deserves one too. Xerxes I, the fourth king of the Achaemenid dynasty of Persia. He reigned from 486 BC until his assassination in 465 BC. He succeeded his father, Darius the Great, and is most famously known for his invasion of Greece in 480 BC, including the famous battles of Thermopylae, Salamis, and Plataea. Although these military efforts ultimately failed and limited Persian expansion into Europe, Xerxes also focused on grand architectural projects, such as completing the Persepolis palace complex, showcasing his capabilities as an administrator of an empire that extended from India to the Balkans. Despite the negative portrayal in Greek historical narratives, modern assessments recognize Xerxes as a significant ruler, whose reign combined ambitious military campaigns with impressive cultural achievements, showing once again the complexities of his leadership when the Persian Empire experienced its heights. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Back to the old times of the Achaemenid Empire today. We recently did a video on Darius the Great, so why not talk about the life of his son, Xerxes? Perhaps you recognize the name from the film 300. Well, newsflash. That depiction was not quite as accurate as many might want to believe. As we've mentioned, sources of the Greek times, well, they certainly paint him in quite a negative light. History is always written by the victors, I suppose. But we're going to try and get to the truth of it today while still talking about those Greek sources. We'll try and be as fair as possible. Now, before we start, how about you leave your thoughts in the comments? What do you think about Xerxes? And what else would you like to see in the future? Perhaps more Achaemenid kings, or perhaps something from a little bit earlier, back into the Bronze Age. Let me know, and I'll put it on the list. But let's get nice and relaxed for now, and begin the life of Xerxes the Great. Now, as we've mentioned, Xerxes' father was Darius, who reigned from 522 to 486 BC as the ruler of the Achaemenid Empire. However, Darius himself was not part of the family of Cyrus the Great, the empire's founder. The situation was a little bit more complicated than that. He somewhat snatched the throne. Well, you gotta take it somehow, don't you? Atossa, the daughter of Cyrus, was the mother of Xerxes. Darius and Atossa wedded in 522 BC, and apparently Xerxes was born in 518. Yes, all a little complex. If you want to know a little bit more about Darius, well, go and watch the video about him. It should be in the Middle East playlist. Now, continuing on. The Greek conversation First Alcibiades states that Persian princes were raised by eunuchs, as it depicts their usual upbringing and education. Commencing at the age of 7, they acquired the skills of horseback riding and hunting, all pretty normal educational routes for a person of noble upbringing in the Achaemenid Empire. Well, upon reaching the age of 14, they would usually receive instruction from 4 tutors, each hailing from aristocratic lineages, who imparted wisdom, justice, prudence, and courage. Persian princes were instructed in the fundamental principles of the Zoroastrian faith, which emphasized the virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline. Do remember that we are talking about times that is around 1200 years, give or take, before the advent of Islam, when the majority of that area was indeed of the Zoroastrian faith, worshipping that Ahura Mazda. Well, that's the topic for a different video. I did one a while back, but perhaps I'll do a new one. Now, the discussion of the first Alcibiades further states that fear for a Persian is tantamount to enslavement. So once again, that goes to show these virtues of honesty, bravery, and self-discipline, along with that self-determination. Well, upon reaching the age of 16 or 17, they commence their obligatory 10-year period of national duty, encompassing activities such as archery and javelin training, participation in competitive events for rewards, and engaging in hunting pursuits, all fairly normal and not just unique to the Persians. While subsequently they enlisted in the armed forces for around 25 years, following which they were promoted to the esteemed position of elders and counselors to the monarch. During this era, it was common for families, such as Xerxes, to engage in intermarriage. Now, onto the sources that we have from Xenophon, the Greek historian. His portrayal of the education system among the Persian elite is corroborated by his detailed depiction of Cyrus the Younger, a prince of the Achaemenid dynasty in the 5th century BC, with whom he had quite a close relationship. It suggested that Xerxes likely had a similar background and schooling to Cyrus the Younger, but it remains uncertain if Xerxes acquired literacy skills. Do keep in mind the cuneiform systems of writing were extremely advanced for their times, and at this point, post-Bronze Age collapse, it had certainly moved beyond the point of mere record-keeping. We even have some epic poetry as well, like the Epic of Gilgamesh and Tales of the Flood and Atrahasis. Once again, topics for a separate video, but I digress. Well, of course, the Persians did show a preference for oral tradition rather than written records, but that does not mean that they had a complete lack of written records. So, it is perhaps that Xerxes' upbringing and education may have been similar to those of later Persian rulers, such as Abbas the Great, who ruled the Safavid Empire in the 17th century AD. Well, either way, from 498 BC onwards, it seems that Xerxes had taken up residence at the regal palace of Babylon, which was about as regal as you could get in those days. Now, onto the military campaigns against Greece, which would certainly define the life of Xerxes, and of course his father, too. Well, during Darius's early preparations for another military campaign against Greece, a rebellion erupted in Egypt in 486 BC. Do remember, this is post the defeat at the Battle of Marathon. Now, this uprising in Egypt was triggered by the burden of excessive taxes and the forced relocation of skilled artisans to construct the royal palaces back in Susa and Persepolis, which is of course east of the boundaries of the Tigris River. Persian law mandated that the king select a successor, before embarking on such a perilous expedition, kind of like writing a will of sorts, just in case. Well, in compliance with the law, Darius, when preparing to depart for Egypt, made arrangements for his tomb at Naksh el-Rustam, located about 5 kilometers away from his royal palace in Persepolis. Furthermore, he designated Xerxes, his eldest son from Atossa, as his successor. Nevertheless, Darius was unable to spearhead the military expedition as a result of his deteriorating health, and he passed away in October of 486 BC at the age of 64. But, as with succession disputes, they're always a little sticky. Another, named Artabarzan, asserted his right to the throne based on his status as the eldest among Darius's offspring. Remember, he was not of the same mother. Now, in contrast, Xerxes maintained that he deserved the crown because he was the son of Atossa, who was the daughter of Cyrus. Xerxes further justified his claim by emphasizing that Cyrus had played a vital role in securing the Persians' freedom, therefore adding a little more weight to the scale. The assertion made by Xerxes was corroborated by Demaratus, a Spartan king in exile who was in Persia during that period. Demaratus further contended that the eldest son did not possess an inherent right to rule, citing Spartan law which stipulated that the first-born son, while the father is reigning, would inherit the kingship. Some contemporary academics see Darius's unconventional choice to pass the throne to Xerxes as a deliberate assessment of the specific status held by Cyrus the Great and his daughter Atossa, and that certainly seems to be the most likely case. But Artabarzan was born to Darius too, who was a subordinate at the time. But Xerxes was the firstborn son after Darius became ruler. In addition, it's worth noting that Artabarzan's mother belonged to the common people, if we want to use such lowbrow terms, whereas Xerxes' mother was the offspring of an individual who established the Achaemenid Empire itself. They don't call him Cyrus the Great for nothing. Well, either way, the scales were tipped in Xerxes' favor, and he ascended to the throne and assumed power after his father in the period of October or perhaps December of 486 BC, at the age of approximately 32. While Xerxes' assumption of royal power remained unchallenged within the Achaemenid dynasty, and among the subjects of the empire, thanks in part to Atossa's influential position and authority. Yes, unfortunately the writing was on the wall for Artabarzan. But hey, there's no harm in trying your luck. Well, upon Xerxes' ascension to the throne, unrest was developing within several regions under his rule. Nothing unusual, changes in management. Well, an uprising transpired in Egypt, which was already in a bit of a sticky situation in Darius's time, posing a significant threat that prompted Xerxes to assume personal command of the army in order to reinstate stability. And this also afforded him the chance to commence his reign with a military expedition. In January of 484 BC, Xerxes quelled the rebellion and replaced the previous satrap Pherendates with his full brother Achaemenes as the ruler of Egypt, following reports of Pherendates' death during the uprising. The quelling of the Egyptian uprising depleted the military forces that had been assembled by Darius throughout the preceding 3 years, Consequently, Xerxes was compelled to assemble a new military force for his campaign in Greece, which was a process that was going to consume another 4 years. It's not easy getting that many men. Well, Babylon had frequent turmoil too, and they rose against Xerxes on at least 2 occasions throughout his reign. The initial uprising occurred in either June or July of 484 BC, and was spearheaded by a dissident named Bel-Shimani. The uprising led by Bel-Shimani was admittedly quite brief, as evidenced by Babylonian records, which only trace a span of 2 weeks during his reign. You can imagine what they did to him. Well, after a span of 2 years, Babylon gave rise to another insurgent commander, this time by the name of Shamash-Eriba. Commencing in the summer of 482 BC, Shamash-Eriba successfully captured Babylon, and even a few other adjacent cities, including Borsippa and Dilbat. However, in March of 481 BC, after a prolonged siege of Babylon, Shamash-Eriba was ultimately defeated. The exact reason for all the turmoil in Babylon is, well, it's a little unclear, which is not quite sure. Hopefully we can pull some cuneiform tablet out of the ground within the next few years that explains the whole thing. Better start digging. Well, it is possible, however, that the cause was tax hikes. And can you believe that? That people would rise up against their rulers for raising taxes? What a novel idea that is. Well, before these uprisings, Babylon held a unique status within the Achaemenid Empire. You see, the Achaemenid kings were titled King of Babylon and King of the Lands, and that suggests that they considered Babylonia to be somewhat distinct within their empire, yet still connected to their own kingdom through a personal union. Of course, there's all sorts of names for Persian kings, including King of Kings, King of all the lands, King of everything, King of the ice cream shop, whatever it is. There is a great many titles. Now, following the uprisings, Xerxes actually removed the title King of Babylon from his official position, and he reorganized this expansive Babylonian satrapy into smaller subdivisions, cutting them off at the knees a little bit, it seems. Now, according to documents written by classical writers, it is commonly believed that Xerxes carried out a rather ruthless retribution against Babylon in response to the 2 uprisings. According to these accounts, Xerxes dismantled the defensive structures of Babylon and inflicted harm upon the city's temples. According to the accounts, the Esagila suffered significant damage, and Xerxes supposedly took the statue of Marduk out of the city, potentially transporting it to Iran and melting it down. According to ancient authors, by the way, who claim that the statue was built completely of gold, apparently it was quite possible to do this. And of course, she had quite a lot of gold at the end. Well, according to contemporary historians such as Amélie Kurt, it is probable that Xerxes actually just demolished the temples completely. However, it's suggested that the narrative of him doing so might have simply originated from a negative attitude towards the Persians among the Babylonians. But there is uncertainty on whether the statue was actually taken from Babylon. Some individuals have even proposed that Xerxes did remove a statue from the cities, but rather than the statue of a deity Marduk, it was the golden figure of a man. Which man? We don't know. Could have been Cyrus the Great, perhaps. But still, we can't find that statue of Marduk. So I tend to believe that it was the statue of Marduk. You see, although references to it are somewhat fewer compared to previous eras, existing historical records indicate that Babylonian New Year's festival persisted in some manner during the Achaemenid Empire, and due to the transition of power from the Babylonians to the Persians, and the subsequent replacement of the city's influential families by Xerxes after the revolt, it is likely that the festival's customary rites and events underwent, let's just say, significant alterations. Well, in terms of the statue, if you are, in my opinion, going to demoralize an enemy, well, you must remember how Persian and Near East societies generally were with their deities. A lot of the time they were tied to this city, the patron deity of that city, quite like in ancient Egypt too. And of course the pantheon of this area was quite extensive. Taking away this deity, well, that's certainly quite a slap in the face, and certainly a terrible omen. Well, now that's just my opinion. But if I was Xerxes, that's what I would have done. Shame if they actually did melt it down, though. I hope they didn't. I hope it's one of those discoveries that we've not yet uncovered. Perhaps it's just under some ruin somewhere, a giant golden statue of Marduk. Very cool. Well, Darius perished while in the midst of assembling a second military force to launch an invasion of the Greek mainland, and, as we've mentioned, his son was entrusted with the responsibility of exacting retribution upon the Athenians, Naxians, and Eretrians for their involvement in the Ionian Revolt, the destruction of Sardis, and of course that rather embarrassing triumph over the Persians at Marathon. Hard to forget that. But starting in 483 BC, Xerxes made preparations for his voyage. He had the Xerxes Canal dug through the isthmus of the Mount Athos Peninsula. Provisions were kept in stations along the road through Thrace. Additionally, 2 pontoon bridges, which became quite famous and known as Xerxes Pontoon, were constructed across the Hellespont. Xerxes' armies consisted of soldiers from various nationalities, hailing from his vast multi-ethnic empire spanning Eurasia and beyond. These included the Assyrians, Phoenicians, Babylonians, Egyptians, Jews, Macedonians, Ionians, Achaean Greeks, Greeks from Pontus, Colchians, Sindes, and many others of smaller subgroups. As per the account of the Greek historian Herodotus, Xerxes' initial endeavor to construct the bridge across the Hellespont was unsuccessful due to a storm that caused the destruction of the bridge's flax and papyrus cables. Xerxes, in response, commanded that the Hellespont, the strait itself, be lashed 300 times and had shackles thrown into the river. That ought to show it. Serves the Hellespont right for not doing as it's told. While the second endeavor of Xerxes to construct a bridge across the Hellespont proved to be triumphant. Perhaps because of the lashes. Who knows? The Carthaginian invasion of Sicily resulted in Greece losing the backing of the influential rulers of Syracuse and Agrigentum. Now, while ancient sources attribute this to Xerxes, contemporary study casts more than a little doubt on this claim. Additionally, several lesser Greek cities, including Thessaly, Thebes, and Argos, aligned themselves with the Persians, Because do remember that Greece was not a unified entity then. Of course, the seeds were being sown for the Hellenic League, especially in the threat of the Persians, but usually when the Greeks were not fighting the Persians, they were busy enough fighting each other. Well, speaking of fighting, Xerxes emerged quite triumphant in the early skirmishes, and things were looking good. Now, in the spring of 480 BC, Xerxes departed from Sardis with a formidable force consisting of perhaps 1 million soldiers and a navy. Among his troops were 10,000 highly skilled fighters, known as the Immortals, as estimated at least by Herodotus. The most up-to-date calculations indicate that the Persian force, in its main number, consisted of approximately 60,000 individuals engaged in battle. Of course, if you read Herodotus, he will tell you that it was 2 million or some ridiculous number like this. So do remember that if you are going to read the primary source on it, which I encourage you to do so, and we're about to read a passage from it, to take some of those numbers with a little bit of a grain of salt. Now, during the Battle of Thermopylae, a very small contingent of Greek soldiers under the command of King Leonidas of Sparta valiantly opposed the significantly larger Persian forces, but were finally overcome. According to Herodotus, the Persians successfully defeated the Spartan phalanx due to the treachery of a Greek citizen named Ephialtes, who informed the Persians of an alternative mountain crossing. Artemisium was disrupted by severe storms that caused significant damage to Greek ships, leading to the premature halt of the combat, and the Greeks, upon learning of their defeat at Thermopylae, decided to finally retreat. Now, as I said, we're going to read an account from Herodotus, and we do indeed have a lovely little account from him about the moments after the betrayal of Ephialtes. I'm sure that you're generally familiar with the events of the Battle of Thermopylae, so let's read from that now. Now, as the king was in a great strait, and knew not how he should deal with the emergency, Ephialtes, the son of Eurydimus, a man of malice, came to him and was admitted to a conference. Stirred by the hope of receiving a rich reward at the king's hands, he had come to tell him of the pathway which led across the mountain to Thermopylae, which, by disclosure, he brought destruction of the band of Greeks who had there been withstood the barbarians. This Ephialtes afterwards, from fear of the Lacedaemonians, fled into Thessaly, and during his exile, in an assembly of the Amphictyons held at Pylae, a price was set upon his head by the Philagore. When some time had gone by, he returned from exile, and went to Anticyra, where he was slain by Achaemenid, a native of Trachis. Achaemenid did not slay him for his treachery, but for another reason, which I shall mention in a later part of my history, yet still the Lacedaemonians honored him none the less. Thus then did Ephialtes perish a long time afterwards. Besides this, there is another story told, which I do not at all believe, to wit, that Onetas, the son of Phanagoras, a native of Carystus, and Corydalus, a man of Anticyra, were the person who spoke on this matter to the king, and took the Persians across the mountain. One may guess this story is true, from the fact that the deputies of the Greeks, the Philagore, who must have heard had best means of asserting the truth, did not offer the reward for the heads of Onetas and Corydalus, but for that of Ephialtes of Trachis. And then, from the flight of Ephialtes, which we know to have been on this account. Onetas, I allow, although he was not a Malian, might have been acquainted with the path if he had lived much in part of that country, but as Ephialtes was the person who actually led the Persians round the mountain by the pathway, I leave his name on the record as that of the man who did the deed. Great was the joy of Xerxes on this occasion, and as he approved highly of the enterprise which Ephialtes undertook to accomplish, he forthwith sent upon the errand of Hydarnes and the Persians under him. The troops left the camp about the time of the lighting of the lamps. The pathway along which way they went was first discovered by the Malians of these parts, who soon afterwards led the Thessalians by it to attack the Phocians, at the time when the Phocians fortified the pass with a wall, and so put themselves under covert from danger. And ever since, the path has always been put to an ill use by the Malians. The Persians took this path, and crossing the Asopus, continued their march through the whole night, having the mountains of Oeta on their right hand, and on their left those of Trachis. At dawn, they found themselves close to the summit. Now the hill was guarded, and as I have already said, by 1,000 Phocian men at arms, who were placed there to defend the pathway, and at the same time secure their own country. They had been given the guard of the mountain path, while the other Greeks defended the pass below, because they had volunteered for the service and had pledged themselves to Leonidas to maintain the post. The Greeks at Thermopylae received the first warning of their destruction which the dawn would bring on them from the seer Megistias, who read their fate in the victims as he was sacrificing. After this, deserters came in and brought the news that the Persians were marching round the hills. It was still in the night when these men arrived. Last of all, the scouts came running down from the heights and brought in the same accounts, when the day was just beginning to break, and then the Greeks held a council to consider what they should do, and here opinions were divided. Some were strong against quitting their post, while others contended to the contrary. So when the council had broken up, part of the troops departed and went their ways homeward to their several states. Part, however, resolved to remain and stand by Leonidas to the last. End of the account from Herodotus. God, so good. Look, even though sometimes he blows things out of proportion, I just like reading Herodotus, okay? It's just good. Now, of course, we all know how the Battle of Thermopylae ended up. Of course, it was a valiant effort by the Greeks, but ultimately they were overcome. And following the Battle of Thermopylae, Athens was captured. But the Persians didn't quite get what they were expecting. You see, prior to Xerxes' arrival, the majority of the Athenians had evacuated the city and sought refuge on the island of Salamis, a little contingent endeavor to protect the Athenian Acropolis, however, and once again a very valiant stand, after which they were vanquished. Xerxes commanded the annihilation of Athens and set fire to the city, resulting in the creation of a well-documented layer of ruin. The Persians successfully acquired dominion over the entire continent of Greece, located north of the Isthmus of Corinth. But let's see how long they can hold it. Xerxes, against the counsel of Artemisia of Halicarnassus, was persuaded by Themistocles' message to launch an attack on the Greek fleet in unfavorable circumstances, instead of dividing his ships and waiting for the Greek armies to disband. You see, Themistocles was quite clever. I've done a full video on him, but he effectively buddied up with Xerxes and gave him very poor advice, which was presented in a way that was, well, it was deemed as a very wise decision to attack, when really Themistocles was trying to bait him into it. Well, it certainly worked. The Greek navy emerged victorious in the Battle of Salamis in September of 480 BC. Subsequently, Xerxes established a winter encampment in Thessaly. Herodotus reports once again that Xerxes, out of concern that the Greeks may assault the bridges spanning the Hellespont and ensnare his army in Europe, made the decision to withdraw to Asia, bringing the majority of his forces along. Another factor contributing to the retreat could have been the ongoing turmoil in Babylon, once again, always causing trouble. Well, the crucial region of the empire demanded the direct involvement of the king, and he couldn't be in two places at a time. So, he left a group of soldiers in Greece to complete the military operation under the command of Mardonius, who, as stated by Herodotus, had initially proposed the idea of retreating. The Persian offensive on Greece was decisively halted the next year at Plataea, when the combined troops of the Greek city-states beat the Persian army. Now, just before we continue on, there is a very good account from the work entitled The Persians by Aeschylus that gives a much more poetic twist to it than I ever could. So, before we move on completely from the Battle of Salamis, I'm going to read from his work, The Persians. The night was passing, and the Grecian host by no means sought to issue forth unseen. But when indeed the day with their white steeds held all the earth resplendent to behold, first from the Greeks the loud resounding din of song triumphant came, and shrill at once echo responded from the island rock. Then upon all barbarians terror fell, thus disappointed, for not as for flight the Hellenes sang the holy paean then, but setting forth to battle valiantly. The bugle with its note inflamed them all, and straightway with the dip of the plashing oars they smote the deep-sea water at command, and quickly all were plainly to be seen. Their right wing, first in orderly array, led on, and the second all the armament followed them forth, and meanwhile there was heard a mighty shout. Come, O ye sons of Greeks, make free your country, make your children free, your wives, and fanes of your ancestral gods, and your sires' tombs, for all we now contend. And from our side the rush of Persian speech replied. No longer might the crisis wait. At once ship smote on ship with brazen beak. A vessel of the Greeks began the attack, crushing the stem of a Phoenician ship. Each on a different vessel turned its prow. At first the current of the Persian host withstood, but when within the strait the throng of ships was gathered, and they could not aid each other, but by their own brazen bows were struck, they shattered all our naval host. The Grecian vessels, not unskilfully, were smiting round about. The hulls of ships were overset, the sea was hid from sight, covered with wreckage and death of all men. The reefs and headlands were with corpses filled, and in disordered flight each ship was rowed, as many as were of the Persian host. But they, like tunnies or some shoal of fish with broken oars and fragments of the wrecks, struck us and clove us, and at once a cry of lamentation filled the briny sea, till the black darkness aye did rescue us. The number of our griefs, not though 10 days I talked together could fully tell, but this I know well, that never in one day perished so great a multitude of men. End of the account from the Persians by Aeschylus. Pretty good, huh? Well, I'm sure you can imagine that by now Xerxes was feeling quite sorry for himself. But you can't win 'em all. Well, following his unsuccessful military campaigns in Greece, he retreated to Persia and supervised the finalization of numerous construction endeavors that were left incomplete by his father Darius in Susa and Persepolis. He supervised the construction of the Gate of All Nations and the Hall of 100 Columns at Persepolis, which are the most extensive and impressive edifices within the palace. Now, onto the construction of Apadana, which he also supervised, the Takara, also known as Darius's palace after his father, and the treasury, all of which were indeed initiated by Darius, were under the completion of Xerxes. Additionally, he commissioned the construction of his own palace, which was twice the size of his father's. His architectural preferences closely resembled those of Darius, however, but his were on a much grander magnitude. The exterior face of the Apadana was adorned with the vibrant enameled brick of the time. In addition, he upheld the maintenance of the royal road constructed by Darius, completed the construction of the Susa Gate, and erected a palace in Susa. In August of 465 BC, Artabanus, the chief of the royal bodyguard and the highest-ranking officer in the Persian court, orchestrated the assassination of Xerxes, aided by a eunuch named Aspamitres. Hyrcanian Artabanus gained renown not because of his famous uncle Xerxes, but because of his popularity among the religious circles at the court and his involvement in harem intrigues. He strategically placed his 7 sons in influential positions and devised a scheme to overthrow the ruling Achaemenids. Now, there is a lack of consensus among Greek historians over the description of events. Ctesias, in his work Persica, reports that Artabanus accused Crown Prince Darius, the eldest son of Xerxes, of murder. He then convinced Artaxerxes, another son of Xerxes, to seek revenge by executing Darius for patricide, that is, the murder of one's father. As per Aristotle's account in Politics, Artabanus executed Darius before proceeding to kill Xerxes. Upon discovering the murder, Artaxerxes executed Artabanus and all of his children. The general, Megabuzus, played a role in these political schemes of his own, and his choice to change his allegiance likely prevented the Achaemenids from losing all of their power over the Persian monarchy. Hello and welcome. Today I'm going to be doing a reading from the work of Diodorus Siculus. It is an account of the Greek battles with the Persians from 480 to 451, and it begins at the point where Xerxes has made his entrance into Europe. If you like this kind of content, give me a like and subscribe. You know what to do. Now, without further ado, let's get stuck into it. From the work of Diodorus Siculus. The preceding book, which is the 10th of our narrative, closed with the events of the year just before the crossing of Xerxes into Europe and the formal deliberations which the General Assembly of the Greeks held in Corinth on the alliance between Gelon and the Greeks. And in this book we shall supply the further course of the history, beginning with the campaign of Xerxes against the Greeks, and we shall stop with the year which precedes the campaign of the Athenians against Cyprus under the leadership of Cimon. Calliades was archon in Athens, and the Romans made Spurius Cassius and Proculus Verginius Tricostus as consuls, and the aliens celebrated the 75th Olympiad, that in which Astylus of Syracuse won the stadion. It was in this year that King Xerxes made his campaign against Greece, for the following reasons. Mardonius the Persian was a cousin of Xerxes, and related to him by marriage, and he was so greatly admired by the Persians because of his sagacity and courage. This man, being elated by pride, and at the height of his physical vigor, was eager to be the leader of great armaments. Consequently, he persuaded Xerxes to enslave the Greeks, who had ever been enemies to the Persians. And Xerxes, being won over by him, and desiring to drive all the Greeks from their homes, sent an embassy to the Carthaginians to urge them to join him in the undertaking, and closed an agreement with them, to the effect that he would wage war upon the Greeks who lived in Greece, while the Carthaginians should at the same time gather great armaments and subdue those Greeks who lived in Sicily and Italy. In accordance, then, with their agreements, the Carthaginians, collecting a great amount of money, gathered mercenaries from both Italy and Liguria, and also from Galatia and Iberia. In addition to these troops, they enrolled men of their own race from the whole of Libya and Carthage. And in the end, after spending 3 years in constant preparation, they assembled more than 300,000 foot soldiers and 200 war vessels. Xerxes, vying with the zeal displayed by the Carthaginians, surpassed them in all of his preparations, to the degree that he excelled the Carthaginians in a multitude of peoples at his command. And he began to have ships built throughout all the territory along the sea that was subject to him, both Egypt and Phoenicia and Cyprus, Cilicia, Pamphylia and Pisidia, and also Lycia, Caria, Mysia and the Troad, and the cities along the Hellespont, and Bithynia and Pontus. Spending a period of 3 years, as did the Carthaginians on his preparations, he made ready more than 1,200 warships. He was aided in this by his father Darius, who before his death had made preparations of great armaments. For Darius, after Datis, his general, had been defeated by the Athenians at Marathon, had continued to be angry with the Athenians for having won that battle. But Darius, who when already about to cross over against the Greeks, was stopped in his plans by death, whereupon Xerxes, induced both by the design of his father and by the counsel of Mardonius, as we have stated, made up his mind to wage war upon the Greeks. Now when all preparations for the campaign had been completed, Xerxes commanded his admirals to assemble the ships at Kyme and Phocaea, and he himself collected the foot and cavalry forces from all the satrapies and advanced from Susa. And when he arrived at Sardis, he dispatched heralds to Greece, commanding them to go to all the states and demand of the Greeks water and earth. Then, dividing his army, he sent in advance a sufficient number of men both to bridge the Hellespont and to dig a canal through Athos at the neck of Cheronensus. In this way, not only making the passage safe and short for his forces, but also hoping by the magnitude of his exploits to strike the Greeks with terror before his arrival. Now the men who had been sent to make ready these works completed them with dispatch, because so many laborers cooperated in the task. And the Greeks, when they learned of this great size of the Persian armaments, dispatched 10,000 hoplites into Thessaly to seize the passes of Tempe. Sinectus commanded the Lacedaemonians, and Themistocles the Athenians. These commanders dispatched ambassadors to the states, and asked them to send soldiers to join in the common defense of the passes, for they eagerly desired that all the Greek states should each have a share in the defense and make common cause in the war against the Persians. But since the number of the Thessalians and other Greeks who dwelt near the passes had given the water and earth to the envoys of Xerxes when they arrived, the two generals despaired at the defense of Tempe, and returned to their own soil. And now it will be useful to distinguish those Greeks who chose the side of the barbarians, in order that, incurring our censure here, their example may, by the obloquy visited upon them, deter from future any who become traitors to the common freedom. The Aenianians, Dolopians, Melians, and Magnetans, along with the Parrhæbans, took the side of the barbarians even while the defending force was still at Tempe, and after its departure, the Achaeans of Phthia, Locrians, Thessalians, and the majority of the Boeotians went over to the barbarians. But the Greeks who were meeting in Congress at the Isthmus voted to make the Greeks who voluntarily chose the cause of the Persians pay a tithe to the gods when they should be successful in the war, and sent ambassadors to those Greeks who were neutral to urge them to join in the struggle for the common freedom. Of the latter, some joined the alliance without reservation, while others postponed any decision for a considerable time, clinging to their own safety and anxiously waiting for the outcome of the war. The Argives, however, sending ambassadors to the Common Congress, promised to join the alliance if the Congress would give them a share in the command. To them the representatives declared plainly that, if they thought it a more terrible thing to have a Greek as a general than a barbarian as master, they would do well to remain neutral. But if they were ambitious to secure the leadership of the Greeks, they should, it was stated, first have accomplished deeds of deserving this leadership, and then strive for such an honor. After these events, when the ambassadors sent by Xerxes came to Greece and demanded both earth and water, all the states manifested in their replies the zeal they felt for the common freedom. When Xerxes learned that the Hellespont had been bridged and the canal had been dug through Athos, he left Sardis and made his way towards the Hellespont, and when he arrived at Abydos, he led his army over the bridge into Europe, and as he advanced through Thrace, he added to his forces many soldiers from both the Thracians and neighboring Greeks. When he arrived at the city called Doriscus, he ordered his fleet to come there, and so both arms of his forces were gathered into one place. And he held there also the enumeration of the entire army, and the number of his land forces was over 800,000 men, while the sum total of his ships of war excelled 1,200, of which 320 were Greek, the Greeks providing the complement of men and the king supplying the vessels. All the remaining ships were listed as barbarian, and of these the Egyptians supplied 200, the Phoenicians 300, the Cilicians 80, Pamphylians 40, Lycians the same number, also the Carians 80, and the Cyprians 140. Of the Greeks, the Dorians who dwelt off Caria, together with the Rhodians of Coans, sent 40 ships, the Ionians together with the Chians and Samians 100, the Aeolians together with the Lesbians and Tenedans 40, the peoples of the region of the Hellespont, together with those who dwelt along the shores of the Pontus 80, and the inhabitants of the islands 50. For the king had won over to his side the islands lying within the Cyanean rocks, and Triopium and Sunium. Triremes were made of the multitude we have listed, and the transports for the cavalry numbered 850, and the triacontres 3,000. Xerxes, then, was busied with the enumeration of the armaments at Doriscus. The Greeks who were in assembly, when word came to them that the Persian forces were near, took action to dispatch the ships of war with all speed to Artemisium in Euboea, recognizing that this place was well suited for meeting the enemy, and a considerable body of hoplites to Thermopylae to forestall them in occupying the passes at the northwest part of the defile, and to prevent the barbarians from advancing against Greece, for they were eager to throw their protection inside of Thermopylae about those who had chosen the great cause of the Greeks, and to do everything in their power to save the allies. The leader of this entire expedition was Eurybiades the Lacedaemonian, and the troops sent to Thermopylae the commander was Leonidas, king of the Spartans, a man who set great store by his courage and generalship. Leonidas, when he received the appointment, announced that only 1,000 men shall follow him to the campaign. And when the ephors said that he was leading altogether too few soldiers against a great force, and ordered him to take a larger number, he replied to them in secret, "For preventing the barbarians from getting through the passes, they are few, but for the task to which they are now bound, they are many." Since this reply proved riddle-like and obscure, he was asked again whether he believed he was leading the soldiers to some paltry task, whereupon he replied, "Ostensibly I am leading them to the defense of the passes, but in fact to die for the freedom of all. And so, if 1,000 set forth, Sparta will be the more renowned when they have died. But if the whole body of Lacedaemonians take to the field, Lacedaemon will be utterly destroyed, for not a man of them in order to save his life will dare turn in flight." There were then of the Lacedaemonians 1,000, and with them 300 Spartiates, while the rest of the Greeks who were dispatched with them to Thermopylae were 3,000. Leonidas then, with 4,000 soldiers, advanced to Thermopylae. The Locrians, however, who dwelt in the neighborhood of the passes, had already given earth and water to the Persians, and had promised that they would seize the passes in advance. But when they learned that Leonidas had arrived at Thermopylae, they changed their minds and went over to the Greeks. And there gathered at Thermopylae also 1,000 Locrians, an equal number of Melians, and almost 1,000 Phocians, as well as some 400 Thebans of the other party, for the inhabitants of Thebes were divided against each other with respect to the alliance with the Persians. Now the Greeks, who were drawn up with Leonidas for battle, being as many in numbers as we have set forth, tarried in Thermopylae, awaiting the arrival of the Persians. Xerxes, after having enumerated his armaments, pushed on with the entire army, and the whole fleet accompanied the land forces in their advance as far as the city of Acanthus, and from there the ships passed through the place where the canal had been cut into the other sea expeditiously and without loss. But when Xerxes arrived at the Gulf of Melis, he learned that the enemy had already seized the passes. Consequently, having joined to his forces the armament there, he summoned his allies from Europe, a little less than 200,000 men, so that he now possessed in all not less than 1,000,000 soldiers, exclusive of the naval contingent. And the sum of the total of the masses who served on the ships of war and transported the food and general equipment was not less than those we have mentioned, so that account usually given to the multitude of men gathered together by Xerxes need cause no amazement. For men say that the unfailing rivers ran dry because of the unending streams and the multitude, and that the seas were hidden by the sails of the ships. However this may be, the greatest forces of which any historical record has been left were those which accompanied Xerxes. After the Persians had encamped on the Spercheios River, Xerxes dispatched envoys to Thermopylae to discover, among other things, how the Greeks felt about the war with him. And he commanded them to make this proclamation. King Xerxes orders all to give up their arms, to depart unarmed to their native lands, and to be allies of the Persian, and to all Greeks who do this, he will give more and better lands than they now possess. But when Leonidas heard the commands of the envoys, he replied to them, "If we should be allies of the king, we should be more useful if we kept our arms, and if we should have to wage war against him, we should fight the better for our freedom if we kept them. And as for the lands which he promised to give, the Greeks have learned from their fathers to gain lands not by cowardice, but by valor." The king, on hearing this envoy the replies of the Greeks, sent for Demaratus, a Spartan, who had been exiled from his native land and taken refuge with him, and with a scoff at the replies he asked the Laconian, "Will the Greeks flee more swiftly than my horses can run, or will they dare to face such armaments in battle?" And Demaratus, we are told, replied, "You yourself are not unacquainted with the courage of the Greeks, since you use Greek forces to quell such barbarians as revolt, so do not think that those who fight better than the Persians to maintain your sovereignty will risk their lives less bravely against the Persians to maintain their own freedom." But Xerxes, with a scoff, ordered Demaratus to stay by his side in order he might witness the Lacedaemonians in flight. Xerxes with his army came against the Greeks at Thermopylae, and he put the Medes in front of all other peoples, either because he preferred them by reason of their courage, or because he wished to destroy them in a body, for the Medes still retained a proud spirit, the supremacy which their ancestors had exercised having only recently been overthrown. And he also designated together with the Medes the brothers and sons of those who had fallen at Marathon, believing that they would wreak vengeance upon the Greeks with the greatest fury. The Medes, then, having been drawn up for battle in the manner we have described, attacked the defenders of Thermopylae. But Leonidas had made careful preparation and massed the Greeks in the narrowest parts of the pass. The fight which followed was a fierce one, and since the barbarians had the king as a witness of their valor, and the Greeks kept in mind their liberty and were exhorted to the fray by Leonidas, it followed that the struggle was amazing. For since the men stood shoulder to shoulder in the fighting, and the blows were struck in close combat, and the lines were densely packed, for a considerable time the battle was equally balanced. But since the Greeks were superior in valor, and in the great size of their shields, the Medes eventually gave way, for many of them were slain, and not a few of them wounded. The place of the Medes in the battle was taken by Cesians and Sacae, selected for their valor, who had been stationed to support them, and joining the struggle fresh as they were against men who were worn out as they withstood the hazard of combat for a short while, be as they were slain and pressed upon by the soldiers of Leonidas, they gave way. For the barbarians used small, round, or irregularly shaped shields, by which they enjoyed an advantage in open fields, since they were thus enabled to move more easily, but in narrow places they could not easily inflict wounds upon an enemy who were formed in close ranks, and had their entire bodies protected by large shields, whereas they, being at a disadvantage by reason of the lightness of their own protective armor, received repeated wounds. At last, Xerxes, seeing that the entire area about the passes was strewn with dead bodies, and that the barbarians were not holding out against the valor of the Greeks, sent forward the picked Persians, known as the Immortals, who were reputed to be preeminent among the entire host for their deeds of courage. But when these also fled, after only a brief resistance, then at last at night fell, they ceased from battle, the barbarians having lost many dead, and the Greeks only a small number. On the following day, Xerxes, now that the battle had turned out contrary to his expectation, choosing from all the peoples of his army such men as were reputed to be of outstanding bravery and daring, after an earnest exhortation announced before the battle that if they should storm the approach, he would give them notable gifts, but if they fled, the punishment would be death. These men hurled themselves upon the Greeks as one mighty mass and with great violence, but the soldiers of Leonidas closed their ranks this time, and making their formation like a wall, took up the struggle with ardor. And so far did they go in their eagerness that the lines which want to join in battle by turns would not withdraw, but by their unintermitted endurance of the hardship, they got the better and slew many of the picked barbarians. The long day they spent in conflict, vying with one another, for the other soldiers challenged the fresh vigor of the youth, and the younger matched themselves against the experience and fame of their elders, and when finally even the picked barbarians turned in flight, the barbarians who were stationed in reserve blocked the way and would not permit the picked soldiers to flee. Consequently, they were compelled to turn back and renew the battle. While the king was in a state of dismay, believing that no man could have the courage to go into battle again, there came to him a certain Trachinian, a native of that region, who was familiar with the mountainous area. This man was brought into the presence of Xerxes, and undertook to conduct the Persians by way of a narrow and precipitous path, so that the men who accompanied would get behind the forces of Leonidas, which, being surrounded in this manner, would easily be annihilated. The king was delighted, and heaping presents upon the Trachinian, he dispatched 20,000 soldiers with him under the cover of night. But a certain man among the Persians, named Tirhasthiades, a Crimean by birth, who was honorable and upright in his ways, deserting from the camp of the Persians in the night, came to Leonidas, who knew nothing of the act of the Trachinian, and informed him. The Greeks, on hearing this, gathered together about the middle of the night and conferred about the perils with which were bearing down upon them. And although some declared that they should relinquish the pass at once and make their way in safety to their allies, stating that any who remained in the place could not easily come off with their lives, Leonidas, the king, being eagerly desirous to win both for himself and for the Spartans a garland of great glory, gave orders that the rest of the Greeks should depart and win safety for themselves, in order that they might fight together with the Greeks in the battles which were still to come. But as for the Lacedaemonians, he said, they must remain, and not abandon the defense of the pass, for it was fitting that those who were the leaders of Hellas should gladly die, striving for the meed of honor. Immediately then, all the rest departed, but Leonidas, together with his fellow citizens, performed heroic and outstanding deeds, and although the Lacedaemonians were but few, he detained only the Thespians, and he had not, all told, not more than 500 men. He was ready to meet death on behalf of Hellas. After this, the Persians, who were led by the Trachinian, after making their way around the difficult terrain, suddenly caught Leonidas between their forces, and the Greeks, giving up any thought of their own safety and choosing renown instead, with one voice asked their commander to lead them against the enemy before the Persians should learn that their men had made their way around them. And Leonidas, welcoming the eagerness of his soldiers, ordered them to prepare their breakfast quickly, since they were about to dine in Hades. And he himself, in accordance with the order he had given, took food, believing that by doing so he could keep his strength for a long time and endure the strain of contest. When they had hastily refreshed themselves, and all were ready, he ordered the soldiers to attack the camp, slaying any who came in their way, and to strike for the very pavilion of the king. The soldiers then, in accordance with the orders given to them, forming a compact body, fell by night upon the encampment of the Persians, Leonidas leading the attack, and the barbarians, because of the unexpectedness of the attack and their ignorance for the reason for it, ran together from their tents with great tumult in disorder, and thinking that the soldiers who had set out with the Trachinian had perished, and that the entire force of the Greeks was upon them, they were struck with terror. Consequently, many of them were slain by the troops of Leonidas, and even more perished at the hands of their comrades, who, in their great ignorance, took them for enemies. For the night prevented any understanding of the true state of affairs, and the confusion, extending as it did throughout the entire encampment, occasioned that we may well believe great slaughter, since they kept killing one another, the conditions not allowing a close scrutiny, but because there was no order from a general, nor any demanding of a password, nor, in general, any recovery of reason. Indeed, if the king had remained at the royal pavilion, he could have easily been slain by the Greeks, and the whole war would have reached a speedy conclusion. But, as it was, Xerxes had rushed out to the tumult, and the Greeks had broke into the pavilion and slew almost every man, all whom they caught there. So long as it was night, they wandered through the entire camp seeking Xerxes. A reasonable action. But when the day dawned, the entire state of affairs was made manifest. The Persians, observing that the Greeks were few in number, viewed them with contempt. The Persians did not, however, join battle with them face to face, fearing their valor, but they formed on their flanks and rear, and shooting arrows and hurling javelins at them from every direction, they slew them, man to man. Now as for the soldiers of Leonidas who guarded the passes of Thermopylae, such was the end of the life they met. The merits of these men, who would not regard them with wonder. They with one accord did not desert the post to which Greece had assigned to them, but gladly offered upon their own lives for the common salvation of all Greeks, and preferred to die bravely rather than to live shamefully. The consternation of the Persians also, no one could doubt that they felt it. For what man among the barbarians could have conceived of what had taken place? Who could have expected that a band of only 500 had ever the daring to charge against the human myriads? Consequently, what man of later times might not emulate the valor of those warriors who, finding themselves in the grip of an overwhelming situation, though their bodies were subdued, were not conquered in spirit? These men, therefore, alone of all whom history records, have in defeat been accorded a greater fame than all others who have won the fairest victories. For judgment must be passed upon brave men, not by outcomes of their actions, but by their purpose. In the one case, fortune is a mistress. In the other, it is the purpose which wins approval. What man would judge any to be braver than those Spartans who, though not equal in number to even the 1,000th part of the enemy, dared to match their valor against the unbelievable multitudes? Nor had they any hope of overcoming so many myriads, but they believed that in bravery they would surpass all men of former times, and decided that, although the battle they had to fight was against the barbarians, yet the real contest and the reward of valor they were seeking was in competition with all who had ever won admiration for their campaign. Indeed, they alone of those whom we have knowledge from time immemorial chose rather to preserve the laws of their state than their own lives, not feeling aggrieved that the greatest perils threatened them, but concluding that the greatest boon for which those who practice valor should pray is opportunity to play in part in contests of these kinds. And one would be justified in believing that it was these men who were more responsible for the common freedom of the Greeks than those who were victorious at a latter time in the battles against Xerxes. For when the deeds of these men were called to mind, the Persians were dismayed, whereas the Greeks were incited to perform similar acts of courageous exploit. And, speaking in general terms, these men alone of the Greeks, down to their time passed into immortality because of their exceptional valor. Consequently, not only the writers of history, but also many of our poets have celebrated their brave exploits, and one of them is Simonides, the lyric poet who composed the following in their praise worthy of their valor. Of those who praised at Thermopylae, all glorious is the fortune, fair the doom. Their graves an altar, ceaseless memories theirs instead of lamentation, and their fate is chant of praise. Such winding sheet as this nor mould nor all-consuming time shall waste. This sepulchre of valiant men has taken the fair renown of Hellas for its intimate. And witness is Leonidas of Sparta, who have left behind a crown of valor mighty and undying fame. Now that we have spoken at sufficient length of the valor of these men, we shall resume the course of the narrative. Xerxes, now that he had gained the passes in the manner we have described, and had won, as the proverb runs, a Cadmean victory, had destroyed only a few of the enemy, while he had lost great numbers of his own troops. And after he had become the master of the passes by means of his land forces, he resolved to make trial of contest by sea. At once, therefore, summoning the commander of the fleet, Megabates, he ordered him to sail against the naval force of the Greeks, and to make trial with all his fleet of a sea battle against them. And Megabates, in accordance with the king's orders, set out from Pydne in Macedonia with all the fleet, and put in a promontory of Magnesia which bears the name of Sepias. At this place a great wind arose, and he lost more than 300 warships and great numbers of cavalry transports and other vessels. And when the wind ceased, he weighed anchor and put in at Aphete in Magnesia. From here he dispatched 200 triremes, ordering the commanders to take a roundabout course, and by keeping Euboea on the right, they encircled the enemy. The Greeks were stationed at Artemisium in Euboea, and had all in all 280 triremes. Of these ships 140 were Athenian, and the remainder were furnished by the rest of the Greeks. Their admiral was Eurybiades the Spartan, and Themistocles the Athenian supervised the affairs of the fleet. For the latter, by reason of his sagacity and skill as a general, enjoyed great favour not only with the Greeks throughout the fleet, but also with Eurybiades himself. And all men looked to him and hearkened to him eagerly. But when a meeting of the commanders of the ships was held to discuss the engagement, the rest of them all favoured waiting to receive the advance of the enemy, but Themistocles alone expressed the opposite opinion, showing them that it was to their advantage to sail against the enemy with the whole fleet in one array, for in this way he declared they would have the upper hand, attacking as they would the ships in a single body an enemy whose formation was broken by disorder. As it must be, for they would be issuing out of many harbours at some distance apart. In the end, the Greeks followed the opinion of meantime and sailed against the enemy with the entire fleet. And since the barbarians put out from many harbours, at the outset Themistocles, engaging with the scattered Persians, sank many ships, and did not a few he forced to turn in flight and pursued as far as the land, but later, when the whole fleet had gathered and a fierce battle ensued, each side gained the superiority in one part of the line, but neither won a complete victory. And at nightfall, the engagement was broken off. After the battle, a great storm arose and destroyed many of the ships which were anchored outside the harbour, so that it appeared that if Providence were taking the part of the Greeks, in order that the multitude of the barbarian ships having been lessened, the Greek force might become a match for them and strong enough to offer battle. As a result, the Greeks grew ever more bold, whereas the barbarians became ever more timorous before the conflicts which faced them. Nevertheless, recovering themselves after a shipwreck, they put out with all their ships against the enemy. And the Greeks, with 50 Attic triremes added to their number, took position opposed to the barbarians. The sea battle which followed was much like the fighting at Thermopylae, for the Persians were resolved to overwhelm the Greeks and force their way through the Euripus, while the Greeks, blocking the Narrows, were fighting to preserve their allies in Euboea. A fierce battle ensued. Many ships were lost on both sides, and nightfall compelled them to return to their respective harbours. The prize of valour, we are told, in both battles, was accorded to the Athenians for the Greeks and the Sidonians for the barbarians. After this, the Greeks, on hearing of the course of events that had taken at Thermopylae, and discovering the Persians were advancing by land against Athens, became dispirited. Consequently, they sailed off to Salamis and awaited the events there. The Athenians, surveying the dangers threatening each and every inhabitant of Athens, put on boats their children and wives, and every useful article they could, and brought them to Salamis. And the Persian admiral, no learning that the enemy had withdrawn, set sail for Euboea with his entire fleet, and taking the city of the Histianians by storm, he plundered and ravaged the territory. While these events were taking place, Xerxes set out from Thermopylae and advanced through the territory of the Phocians, sacking the cities and destroying all property in the countryside. Now the Phocians had chosen the cause of the Greeks, but seeing that they were unable to offer resistance, the whole populace deserted all our cities and fled for safety to the rugged regions about Mount Parnassus. The king then passed through the territory of the Dorians, doing it no harm, since they were allies of the Persians. Here he left behind a portion of his army and ordered it to proceed to Delphi, to burn the precinct of Apollo, and to carry off the votive offerings, while he advanced into Boeotia with the rest of the barbarians and encamped there. The force that had been dispatched to sack the oracle had proceeded as far as the shrine of Athena Pronea, but at that spot a great thunderstorm, accompanied by an incessant lightning, suddenly burst from the heavens. And more than that, the storm wrenched loose huge rocks and hurled them into the host of the barbarians. The result was that large numbers of the Persians were killed, and the whole force, dismayed at the intervention of the gods, fled from the region. So the oracle of Delphi, with the aid of some divine providence, escaped pillage, and the Delphians, desiring to leave the succeeding generations a deathless memorial of the appearance of the gods among them, set up beside the temple of Athena Pranea a trophy, which they inscribed with the following elegiac lines: "To serve as a memorial to war, to warder off of men, and as witnesses to victory the Delphians set me up, rendering thanks to Zeus and Phoebus, who thrust back the city-sacking ranks of Medes, and threw their guard about the bronze-crowned shrine." Meanwhile, Xerxes, as he passed through Boeotia, laid waste to the territory of the Thespianians, and burned Plataea, which was without inhabitants, for the residents of those two cities had fled in a body to the Peloponnesus. After this, he entered Attica and ravaged the countryside, and then he razed Athens to the ground, and set up in flames the temples of the gods. And while the king was concerned with these affairs, his fleet set sail from Euboea to Attica, having sacked on the way both Euboea and the coast of Attica. During this time, the Cercereans, who had fitted out 60 triremes, were waiting off the Peloponnesus, being unable, as they themselves alleged, to round the promontory at Malea, but, as certain historians tell us, anxiously waiting the turn of the war, in order that, if the Persians prevailed, that they might give them water and earth, while if the Greeks were victorious, they would get the credit of having come to their aid. But the Athenians who were waiting in Salamis, when they saw Attica being laid waste with fire, and heard that the sacred precinct of Athena had been razed, were exceedingly disheartened. And likewise great fear gripped the other Greeks, who, driven from every quarter, were now cooped up in the Peloponnesus alone. Consequently, they thought it desirable that all who had been charged with command should meet in council and deliberate regarding the kind of place which would best suit their purpose in fighting a naval battle. Many of various kinds of ideas were expressed. The Peloponnesians, thinking only of their own safety, declared that the contest should be held at the isthmus, for it had been strongly fortified with a wall, and so if they should suffer any reverse in the battle, the defeated would be able to withdraw for refuge into the most suitable place of safety available, the Peloponnesus. Whereas, if they cooped themselves up in the little island of Salamis, perils would beset them from which it would be difficult for them to be rescued. But Themistocles counselled that the contest of the ships be held at Salamis, for he believed that those who had a few ships to fight would have many advantages in the narrows of Salamis against a vastly superior number of vessels. And, speaking generally, he showed that the region about the isthmus would be altogether unsuitable for the sea battle, for the contest would take place on open sea, and the Persians, because of the room for manoeuvring, would easily subdue the small force of ships by their vastly superior numbers. And by presenting in like fashion many other facts pertinent to the occasion, he persuaded all present to cast their votes with him for the plan that he recommended. When at last a decision was reached by all to fight at the sea battle of Salamis, the Greeks set about making the preparations necessary to meet the Persians and the peril of battle. Accordingly, Eurybiades, accompanied by Themistocles, undertook to encourage the crews to incite them to face the impending struggle. However, the crews would not heed them, but since they were one and all dismayed at the magnitude of the Persian forces, not a man of them paid any attention to his commander, every one of them being intent upon sailing from Salamis to the Peloponnesus. And the army of the Greeks on land was no whit less terrified by the armament of the enemy, and not only the loss at Thermopylae of their most illustrious warriors caused them dismay, but also the disasters which were taking place in Attica before their very eyes were filling the Greeks with despair. Meanwhile, the members of the Congress of the Greeks, observing the unrest of the masses and dismay prevailing everywhere, voted to build a wall across the isthmus. The works were completed speedily because of the enthusiasm and the multitude of those engaged in the task. But while the Peloponnesians were struggling with the wall, which extended a distance of 40 shades from Lechaeum to Kenkerie, the forces which were inactive in Salamis, together with the entire fleet, were so struck with terror that they no longer obeyed the orders of their commanders. Themistocles, perceiving that the admiral Eurybiades was unable to overcome the mood of his forces, and yet recognizing that the narrow quarters of Salamis could be a great aid in accomplishing the victory, contrived the following ruse. He induced a certain man to desert to Xerxes and to assure him that the ships at Salamis were going to slip away from the region and assemble at the isthmus. Accordingly to the king, believing that the man, because he reported, was itself plausible, made haste to prevent the naval forces of the Greeks from making contact with their armies on land. Therefore, he at once dispatched the Egyptian fleet with orders to block the strait which separates Salamis from the territory of Megaris. The main body of his ships he dispatched to Salamis, ordering it to establish contact with the enemy, and by fighting there decide the issue. The triremes were drawn up by peoples one after the other, in order that, speaking the same language and knowing one another, the several contingents might assist each other with alacrity. When the fleet had been drawn up in this manner, the right wing was held by the Phoenicians, and left by the Greeks who were associated with the Persians. The commanders of the Ionian contingents of the Persian fleet sent a man of Samos to the Greeks to inform them of what the king had decided to do, and of the disposition of his forces in battle, and to say that in the course of the battle they were going to desert from the barbarians. And when the Samian had swum across without being observed, and had informed Eurybiades about his plan, Themistocles, realizing that his stratagem had worked out as he planned, was beside himself with joy, and exhorted the crews to the fight. And as for the Greeks, they were emboldened by the promise of the Ionians, and although the circumstances were compelling them to fight against their own preference, they came down eagerly in a body from Salamis to the shore in preparation for the sea battle. When at last Eurybiades and Themistocles had completed the disposition of their forces, the left wing was held by the Athenians and the Lacedaemonians, who in this way would be opposed to the ships of the Phoenicians, for the Phoenicians possessed a distinct superiority by both reason of their great number and of their experience in seamanship, which they inherited from their ancestors. The Achaemenid and Megarians formed the right wing, since they were generally considered to be the best seamen after the Athenians, and it is believed that they would show their best spirit, seeing that they alone of the Greeks would have no place of refuge in case any reverse should occur in the course of battle. The center was held by the rest of the Greek forces. This was the battle order in which the Greeks sailed out, and they occupied the strait between Salamis and Heracleum. And the king gave his order to his admiral to advance against the enemy, while he himself moved down the coast to spot her directly opposite Salamis, from which he could watch the course of the battle. The Persians, as they advanced, could at the onset maintain their line, since they had plenty of space, but when they came to the narrow passage, they were compelled to withdraw some ships from the line, creating in this way much disorder. The admiral who was leading the way before the line was the first to begin the fighting, slain after having been acquitted himself valiantly. When his ship went down, disorder seized the barbarian fleet, for there were many now to give orders, but each man did not issue the same commands. Consequently, they halted their advance, and holding back their ships, they began to withdraw to where there was plenty of room. The Athenians, observing the disorder among the barbarians, now advanced upon the enemy, and some of their ships they struck with their rams, while from others they sheared off rows and oars, and when the men at the oars could no longer do their work, many Persian triremes, getting sidewise to the enemy, were time and again severely damaged by the beaks of the ships. Consequently, they ceased merely backing water, but turned about and fled. While the Phoenician and Cyprian ships were being mastered by the Athenians, the vessels of the Cilicians and Pamphylians, also of the Lycians, which followed them in line at first, were holding out stoutly. But when they saw the strongest ships taking to flight, they likewise abandoned the fight. On the other wing, the battle was stubbornly fought for some time. The struggle was evenly balanced, but when the Athenians had pursued the Phoenicians and Cyprians to the shore and then turned back, the barbarians, being forced out of line by the returning Athenians, turned about and lost many of their ships. In this manner, then, the Greeks gained the upper hand and won a most renowned naval victory over the barbarians, and in the struggle 40 ships were lost by the Greeks, but more than 200 were lost by the Persians, not including those which were captured together with their crews. The king, for whom the defeat was unexpected, put to death those Phoenicians who were chiefly responsible for beginning the flight, and threatened to visit upon the rest the punishment they deserved. And the Phoenicians, frightened by his threats, first put into port on the coast of Attica, and then when night fell, set sail for Asia. But Themistocles, who was credited for having brought about the victory, devised another stratagem, no less clever than the one we have described. For since the Greeks were afraid to battle on land against so many myriads of Persians, he greatly reduced the number of the Persian troops in the following manner. He sent Xerxes, the attendant of his own sons, to inform him that the Greeks were about to sail to the bridge of boats and destroy it. Accordingly, the king, believing the report because it was all plausible, became fearful lest he should be cut off from the route whether he could get back to Asia. Now that the Greeks controlled the sea, they decided to cross over in all possible haste from Europe into Asia, leaving Mardonius behind in Greece with picked cavalry and infantry, the total number of whom was not less than 400,000. Thus, Themistocles, by the use of two stratagems, brought about signal advantages for the Greeks. These were the events that took place in Greece at that time. End of the account from Diodorus Siculus. Well, that was good fun, wasn't it? Did you like that? I'm sure we already know the story. I think I've made 2 videos on the Battle of Thermopylae. I know I've done one on Themistocles, and I've done one about the Battle of Salamis. I can't remember if I've done one on the Battle of Marathon. I might have. I should probably check that. Well, anyway, I will thank my top-tier patrons, that is Dark, Carey, Kimberly, Ember, Ben, Britt, Charles, Aaron, James, Jeffrey, Melissa, Scott, Stark Factory, Wendy, Jaden, Sherry, Jessica, Christine, Sally, Katiana, and Christine. Thank you very much for joining me, and I will see you on the next exciting episode, upload, whatever we call them. Lots of love to you all, and good night.